Someday I'm gonna learn the buttons I changed. It'll happen. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. Apologies for being an hour late. My head is throbbing like a heartbeat. So if I seem quiet, I think it's just the winter. Winter can suck a butt. I hate winter. I feel like it's just every day is something new. Why? My head. Good morning. I hope you're doing well. I have something too, CJ. Fuck, dude. Talking hurts my head. I'm going to be very quiet today. I'm sorry. God. They are. What? Pendragon? I hate. That's so stupid. Lame. I know, and I have a drum video for us. I took Excedrin like an hour and a half ago, and I've just been waiting for it to kick in forever. For those not in the States, Excedrin's just a migraine medication. Over the counter shit. Man. Ow. I think it's just dry sinuses. Like, it's just here. I forgot my coffee. This is important. Okay, just kidding. Got it. Ow. I know, I have a new drum video too, and I'm excited about it. It's a new El Estapario video, and I just gotta chill for a sec. I've been trying, like, honestly, when I wake up and it's like a rough morning or something, I basically like give myself that my cutoff time is 10. And I'm like, if you can survive at 10, it's good. You're good. Like if 10, that's my cutoff. So I still hurt, but we're here and we're hanging. I forgot to hook up my other headphones. These haven't given me a headache though, which is nice. Thank you, Mishi. I watched this. I mean, I watch a lot of makeup tutorials all the time, but I can never, fuck, I feel like a bad person. It's Robert and James Welsh. They're twins. They're identical twins on YouTube. They actually have separate channels, and then they have a channel together, literally just to remind people they're not the same person. And I still fuck them up. But one of them does makeup, one does skincare. And the one that does makeup was talking about like tips and tricks on how to do eyeliner like this on a hooded eye, which is absolutely what I have, like really heavy deep set eyes. So I fucked with it. But it's one of those things where you have to sit there and just be like, these, like, it's such small everything. I wouldn't do it every day, but it's fun and it looks nice. Chuck Crispy, good morning, love. Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive, and giving any swings that fucking Prime sub. I appreciate you.
Don't forget your Prime subs, you fuck asses. I have not smoked weed about it, but I did clean my bong.
I did a soak to it, but not a very long soak, so we've still got some spots in there, but she's not terrible. She's clean. I've got a stoner bowl of something in there. Hold on. My friend's making a roller coaster on her computer. Why am I writing a 50-page document detailing how to operate it? I mean, yeet, let's be real. You're probably like me in the fact that if you play a game, like if you played like what is that one that came out? It was like you built your own theme park. What was it? I have it. Theme park something. And if it's obvious they did exactly zero research, you're going to get pissed and you're not going to play it. Like I'm the same with medical shit. Like it's not, you don't have to be a medical professional to just ask a nurse. And it drives me, everybody knows a nurse. Everybody knows someone in medicine. Everybody knows somebody. Like just ask. Don't make shit up. It drives me nuts. The GF once told me I was the only one she'd ever loved. I felt so special until she continued that everyone else was a 6 or better. Jesus fucking Christ. Your leg? Oh my God. Oh, is it the vascular shit? Is it like, does something like flare it up? Or is it just out of nowhere, your leg just, the veins are like, we're going to be fucked today. I think Prime subs are going away, maybe. Some Amazon Prime has no value anymore, blah, blah, blah. Use your Prime subs. I mean, use them while you have them. It's like, there's a lot of misinformation about Prime subs, I find. in that, people will talk about them on stream, or like every once in a while someone will say something like, I don't use my Prime sub because I want you to actually get paid. We get paid exactly the same as with a Prime sub. And it's like I kind of understand this Prime getting rid of it because seriously, when I say this shit like shoving a G-string, Jeff Bezos G-string and shit, I'm not making it up. He literally makes over $8 billion a minute not employed. If every single Prime sub in the world that existed was used, every streamer could live off their stream. That's the numbers, and they're just not used at all. Like, it's like ridiculous percentages are just ignored with people that use Twitch. Not just people not using Twitch. People that use Twitch, they just don't even think about their Prime sub because it doesn't auto resub and shit. It sucks. It's a good thing. I mean, it's just like it. Why? I mean, obviously they don't want to talk about it because it's free money, right? It's interesting learning how to do fun eye makeup with the limitations of having neuropathy. So I'm all about this. That's what I do. Literally. I sat here, I have like fine ass eyeliners, like I have eyeliner pens and the felt tips and shit, but I can't, like, I think I'm too severely, I'm a perfectionist, and there's just on, skin that moves, there is no way for me to get some perfect fucking like graphic line, especially because I have heavy eyes. So I sit there, I put the line on, and then I sit there with a brush, and I'm like, ugh, and I just smoke the fuck out of it. Blur that shit. It's like the cheat sheet of makeup. Hug a nurse PRN and consensually always. It is my fault because I haven't slept in over 24 hours. Oh my God, CJ. Why haven't you slept? Is it the pain? Holy shit. You sleep oh my God. CJ, you're a superhero. Like, I fucking hate sleep. And I sleep. Man, boy, take care of yourself. Drink some fucking water. I'd like to keep you around, please. How are you, Pat? I hope you're doing well. It feels like fucking Canada here right now. Man, I watched this YouTuber who she's Canadian, and she reviews, she's really funny, but she reviews like products that go viral, quote unquote, or like, if you're scrolling TikTok and you just can't stop seeing an ad for something, she'll try it and see if it's even worth it or if it's actually viral or whatever. And she was trying out like clothes that to me are borderline like borderline summer clothes, and she was wearing them out in the winter in Canada. And I know I've said this to you before, Pat, but you guys are a different species. Canadians are crazy. I would die. I would literally physically be deceased in that weather. I don't think I would be able to fucking function. I've been in like negative degrees and I literally don't function. Just in like negative 10. You guys are crazy. I do hate sleep, but I sleep like a little bitch. It's like, I don't hate the act of sleeping. I just feel like a huge chunk of my time that is finite is just erased. And like, you never know how you're going to wake up. Like, I don't trust my body. Whereas when I'm awake, I'm in control of this situation and I can put the fault on me. Like, if I get a headache or if I start feeling shitty or something, I'm like, oh, I must have done something. But if I just literally go to sleep and then wake up shitty, I'm like, what happened between A and B? And I'm pissed about it. Yeah, maybe that's it. I like sleep is necessary and it feels great. I was just talking about this the other day, sheepy. Why? I've drank so much water today, guys. I peed so much. My throat is just gone. Um, like, I hate sleeping. I'll push it and sleep as little as possible to get away with it and still be functional. But I get personally like pissed when I wake up in the morning. Like I'm offended that I woke up. Like I get angry. I'm like, God fucking what? God damn it. Like maybe I thought I died or something. It's like every day. Good morning, Seatown. Thank you for summoning the class, keeping the classy alive and giving it in his swings. And in his swings? And in his swings. And Yep. And in his swings. I just was changing the music because it got really soft and weird. Let's cheers. Let's smoke our headaches away. -40 Sigma. That, I mean, no shit. This was last week. Gorg was talking about this. Gorg has been going out and having to like walk to the bus stop and wait in like -20, what was it? -24 degrees or something like that. I mean, what does that, can you describe what that feels like? Because I'm like one of those, I don't know what it is about me. I can't handle cold. I literally go non-functional. I actually have a chipped tooth from chattering my teeth so hard in cold weather. I couldn't function. Like I couldn't stop. I fucking die. Like I don't know why. I have faulty body fat. What does that feel like? Bad? Is it just pain at a certain point? Because goddamn. It hurts too much to just lay there and not sleep. Oh, I only go to bed when I know I'm gonna pass out. My head hits the pillow. You know, CJ, as much as I'm my medical professional opinion, I do not support you not sleeping for 24 hours. That being said, that's actually like every doctor I've ever been to that I talked to about insomnia, that's one of the biggest like tips that they've given me that's helped with insomnia. So, like, associating your bed with sleep and only sleep can really, really help with insomnia. It's helped me a lot. So, I used to, like, go to bed when I should go to bed because I need 8 hours of sleep, whatever. And I would just lay there and have like a panic attack because I couldn't sleep. And I just watch the clock and be like, okay, now I get 5 hours of sleep. Now I'm going to get 4 hours of sleep. Now I'm going to get 3 hours of sleep. Versus, like, what my doctor literally told me is if that happens, get the fuck out of bed. Stop laying there. It's not going to work. Like, don't get in that bed until you're tired. And then the bed is, and then eventually, like, your brain will associate bed with tired, and then getting in your bed will make you tired. I don't know if it's foolproof, but man, it helps me a little bit. Oh, CJ, isn't this such a fucking good song? I love Remedy. It's so underrated. Pucifer is amazing. I suffer from debilitating panic attacks and anxiety. I have to try and sleep as much as I can so I don't have to deal with the anxiety. I'm kind of the same. I have to watch my sleep. Like, it's really weird, and I'm sure you can identify with this, but you don't like notice it happening. Like, I'll start pushing it, because I don't like sleeping. I want to be awake. I want to do stuff. Like, sleeping is when I'm not doing, and I hate that state of being. So I'll push it, and I'll get to the point where I'm like sleeping like 5 hours a night, 4.5 hours a night, and I can start to feel myself just getting unnecessarily anxious. And the first sign of my like what I call, the purposeless anxiety that wasn't triggered by something. It's just like, now we're going to be anxious. My palms start to just sweat. And I don't have sweaty palms like ever in my life. So if I can feel like I start to just get clammy, I'm like, oh, it's happening. And that's my clue. Like I need to force myself to sleep more than 4 hours a night. Like maybe I'm getting away with it, but it's not good for me. What up, Japita? How are you? I was so tired yesterday that when I took a nap, I dreamed that I was playing League of Legends and Fortnite, but I was too tired to keep my eyes open while playing. I hate that feeling. But like, what? It was a dream? Your eyelashes freeze. CBN's great. An object in motion tends to stay in motion, and an object at rest remains at rest, which is why going to bed and getting out of bed are both difficult, and I hate it. My brain gets pissed. Yep, if I fall dude, you do the same. I can't have a clock in my room, Viata. Like, I don't have a clock facing me because if there's a clock, I will watch it. Now I get 4 hours and 23 minutes of sleep. Now it's 4.5 hours of sleep. Now it's 4 hours and 15 minutes of sleep. Like, I can't stop. And I'll start getting anxious about that. And then that makes it so I don't sleep. It's so dumb. This has been going on since I was a kid. Sound of birds in the morning used to make me cry. No shit. It's literally because you didn't sleep. I hide the clock when I'm trying to get sleep. If I know my alarm is set, knowing how much little sleep I'm going to get doesn't do anything but tool me up. Same. Hard same. Too much hypersensitivity, 100%. Yeah, I've talked to my doctor, like the cold thing especially. It's weird. Like, it's not just me being a little bitch. Once a temperature reaches a certain point, it's like the only thing I can equate it to is if someone started stomping on your foot and everyone around you was like, get over it and get different shoes. Are you going to get over it and suddenly not feel that person stomping on your foot? No. That's what cold is to me. The moment I reach a certain cold, how are you? Cold. What do you feel? Cold. What do you want to eat? Cold. What's your name? Cold. I can't. I literally, my brain just freeze and it's like panic. Get out of the cold. Get the fuck out of the cold. And it's weird because I know it's not killing me. Like I know it's not temperatures that kill you cold, but I can't do it. It's been that way my whole life and I fucking hate it. If I could peel my skin off and change it, I would. I'd love to just not feel. Like just like 3 days of not being cognizant of the ambient temperature in the room would be enough. I could die happy. That would be it. I'd be good. That'd be so nice. I realized a ton of songs that are jams I found a long time ago are all in my liked playlist and literally nowhere else. So I've been trying to go through and add all the jams to my other playlist. Dude, that's what I have to do all the time. It's so annoying. I'm very much the opposite. I love sleep. If I could sleep for like 20 hours, I'd be so happy. I wonder if that's a manifestation of my depression, which shouldn't make sense. I mean, when you're depressed, you do tend to sleep a lot. Some people, but I mean, some people just love sleep. I even when I was a teenager, like all my brothers and sisters could sleep in till 1 in the afternoon, 6 a.m. Me. Immediate. Like the moment I'm awake, I'm awake. And I'd have to like tiptoe around the house on eggshells all morning while the rest of the house slept till noon. I've never been able to do it. I just can't. I wish. I want to. I'd love to sleep away life. Good morning, Master Mark, my love. How are you? Your lungs can get damaged if you run in it. I've read that. Yeah. I know as I used to train in the mornings when it was negative 25.
Shitter was full.
Wow. That's cold. No, that's my hell. That's my personal hell. Good morning, you fucking gorgeous fuck, LZT. How are you, love? Thank you for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving the anus swings. Go forward and be consensual in all the ways, and I appreciate you. Metal puts me to sleep. Like, hard metal will put me to sleep. Survival mode, that's literally what I go into, and I hate it. I mean, I'll sit there and just be miserable and not tell people. I have Raynaud's as well. Yep, I have same. I was thinking about it literally this morning, because it's like, I'm sure other cold people, you experience this, but like, say I'm freezing, and you give me a heated blanket. If that heated blanket isn't touching every inch of my body, I'm still freezing because I can feel that inch that's not being touched by the warm blanket. And it almost exacerbates the cold. Like my whole body could be laying on a heated blanket, but the hand that's not in it will feel worse than my whole body being cold. It's so dumb. I hate it. You just activated a golden kappa? Oh my God. Okay. First thing. Itchy, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving any swings that prime sub. I fucking appreciate you, and thank you so much. Beatree Beetle with those 500 biddies, thank you. Side note, Hype Train, wherever that is on your screen right now. If you don't know what a hype train is, you throw money at a streamer and get emotes from Twitch. It's not a big deal. That being said, the one you guys just activated is kind of the biggest deal that can possibly happen. So because you guys did this, if you participate in this hype train, you'll get a golden kappa for a whole day that you can go flash all over Twitch and be like, look what I got. Ha 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 ha. And like, it might sound dumb, but every time someone brings a golden kappa into my chat, a little part of me dies inside and I want to hurt them. Do you want to make people feel that way? Because me too. Go get your fucking golden kappa. They're rare. BDO has one all the time.
Shitter was full.
Thank you for the gifted subs and shit. Seriously, like, it's the golden kappa's pretty cool. It is kind of rare. Like, it never happens. We've had it once. No shit. We have activated the golden kappa one other time in the last 8 years. This is number 2 in 8 years. That's how rare they are. So if you want it, they're kind of cool. And like, you know, I feel like a lot of us out there have that obstinance thing. It feels kind of nice to just like look someone in the eyes and be like, look what I have and you don't. Ha 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 ha. Hold the fucking phone. BDO just gifted a sub to Mismo. Mismo, use a bow was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Pendragon just gifted a sub to Lift Control. Lift Control, use a butt was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Fucking Glut just gifted 3 subs in the chat. What the shit? Thank you for gifting 3 subscriptions in the chat. Fatal Baptist, where's my dildo? God damn. Wait, Glut? No. Glut. Oh my God. They're all out of order. Glut gifted a sub to Fatal the Baptist. Pat Volcom gifted, where's my dildo? Where's my dildo? Or I left my dildo here, my butt plug here. They're going to be part of our community for eternity and they will never know me. And I find peace in that. Thank you. Young at Heart gifted a sub to Golden Cap. Thank you for gifting sub to Golden Cap, a motherfucker. I appreciate you. Bobalicious just resubbed to the class for 44 fucking.
What the tit? Thank you for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it swings 44 fucking months, Bobo. I fucking appreciate you.
Bombies just resubbed to the class, keeping the class alive, and giving it swings for 16 months with that Prime sub. Do not forget your Prime subs. They might be going away, allegedly. I haven't seen anything that says that, but chat said it, so maybe use your Prime subs. We get paid the same. Take it out of Bezos' pocket. He makes $8 billion a minute being unemployed. Use your Prime sub. Doesn't have to be here, but you should fucking use it. I see you, motherfucker.
Shitter was full.
CJ just, wait. It's all out of order. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to catch up with this. Trouble just gifted a sub to Squatchy. Squatchy, use a ball was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. CJ just gifted 5 subs in the channel. What the fuck? You guys are going. What have you done? Level 6 hype train. I just noticed. Thank you. I hope you all enjoy your golden kappas. I will. Cuteness, Sugar Nito, Katsumushi, Flying Circus Monkey, and Foxy Pantaloons. Your all butt wizards the highest order. Please go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent and every hole is a goal. Yours is golden. Thank you so much for being here. Holy titty fucking Christ. Mishy just gifted 20 subs in the chat. I knew someone got fuckery. I watched my chat jump, you sneaky bitch. Thank you. Holy shit. Mark Gibson, Ray of Sunshine, Super Average 214, Gegnar, Fuzz DBS, Soggy Sheet Stain, Layer 8 Issue, Bergslagen, I'm sorry if I fucked that one up, Swentos. How do you say it? I know it's a back and forth, but how do you know what? Kate Monster, Matagami, Puppy.x, Griffin VT, the Neo Dino, Fallen Stars, Zenix, excuse me, The Intoxicant, Melody 8402, Jay Horton, and Oz Chunk. You're all butt wizards the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways. Fuck, I'm gross. Thank you for the gifted subs, Mish, you generous fuck. Might still just gifted 200 biddies in the chat. Thank you for those two. I can't even see like any of the numbers on the hype train to know like what level it's at or what's happening, but thank you for the hype train. The gold literally just like blows it out. I can't read it. But I fucking appreciate you regardless. Trouble Magnet just gifted a sub to fucking Conspiracy Theory Storytime. Oh my God, can you... Conspiracy. Some of them are fun. Thank you for gifting a sub in the chat. Conspiracy Theory Storytime. Use the belt was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. And I fucking appreciate you. Bolos just gifted a sub to Mastermark182. Mastermark182. Use the belt was the highest order. Go forth and be consensual in all the ways because nothing in this world is sexier than pure sober consent. Side note, I woke up with the song Miss You stuck in my head today. Super random. Lorelei Jade just resubbed to the class. Thank you for keeping the classy alive. Giving anuses its wings. All the things. My mouth is starting to give up for 70 fucking months.
Holy crusty dicks. Goddamn, thank you for the resub. That's a long time and I appreciate you.
Wow. Big fucking wow. Thank you. What's a lemon?
I don't know, I don't get anything wet. Poor Rod.
Thank you for the hype train. When it completes, y'all will have a golden kappa for a day. Like literally, just type kappa with a capital K in chat after the hype train and it should be gold. It's like, it feels like a dumb thing because for some reason I feel like I'm not talking to Twitch people, but like Twitch people get it. You guys know what it is. I don't know why I'm even talking. You guys know what the fucking golden kappa is. It's rare and cool and I've only had it once ever in my life. So I fucking appreciate you. Thank you. Dude, we went into Dan's chat yesterday. We rated Dan. I don't know how he already knew. Like, we made the lemon. No shit. Genova made the lemon yesterday. Like, during stream, Genova constructed that beautiful horror piece that is the lemon. And by the end of stream, when we rated Dan's chat, he very casually said, yeah, give me all your lemons. Give me all your lemrods. Like it was normal. I was like, well, that was fast. I got the golden kappa! Second time in almost 9 years, my dudes. It's a rare thing. Unless you're BD fucking O. Dude, the lemon's pretty phenomenal. Too bad it's not a golden caps. Oh my god, I wish. I wish. You know, I met the Kappa guy one time, but he was so fucking drunk he couldn't look straight. So I don't know if he knows, but I did meet him. Oh my god, I just did my first stream yesterday and this gives bless your heart. Taco-Rilla, bless you all, go forth and sauce be with you.
Oh, may thine shells be crunchy as fuck.
I'd wear the taco, but it literally looks like a pussy, and I just can't do it. Sometimes my dogs like to rip it out of Zach's office and try to chew on it, and they get their face stuck in it, and they look like pussy heads, and it's just the best. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Cheers. Thank you for the hype train, you generous fucks. I don't deserve you, but I appreciate you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be here. It really does. It looks like a vagina that has green labias because of the lettuce. And the dogs will get their head in it, and then they'll look at me, and I'm like, oh. Bless their hearts. Maynard's a god. Like if it's ever excessive on my channel, I do listen to a shit ton of anything Maynard James Keenan has ever touched ever. And I realize that my algorithm can sometimes get a little repetitive when it comes to the music. I don't think I can ever get sick of Tool, Pucifer, or Perfect Circle ever. I don't know. It's one of those bands that there's just so much of the catalog. I could listen to it forever and never really repeat a song. But I get it. If it bothers people, let me know. I can always change up the music. We do have a couple videos, cool drummer videos. One shared by CJ and then one I brought to the class. Ha ha! Siberiano posted a new one. That's it. And I'm excited. I don't watch them alone because it's just way more fun to watch them with friends. And I can ask fucking questions and shit. Like, I don't know anything about anything. Good morning. Thank you for the hype train. Cheers. Hey, is this Paradise Circus or whatever? I haven't heard this song in forever. No, it's The Angel. Oh my god, I haven't heard this song in forever. Wow. Massive Attack. That's who it is. Massive Attack. Jesus, I haven't heard this song in forever. Dude, exactly. Conspiracy. Like, have you ever thought to yourself, like, what if you have to ask your partner, why is it green? Scott Whalen's another one. Yep. Trent Reznor, Atticus Ross, anything by them. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm old and that's what I grew up on or whatever. I fucking just worship their music. It's just great. One of the members of MA composed the soundtrack for Halo 4. Wait, really? One of the composers from MA, from Massive Attack, did the soundtrack for Halo 4? I did not know that. That's fucking amazing. I didn't know that at all. That's so cool. I mean, honestly, you know what's, it's like, being like a closet gamer when I was a kid without the internet where you couldn't like, I mean, literally, there was, until I started streaming, honestly, I had never even considered who made a video game. Like, the concept of a studio that makes video games was not even a thing in my head in any way, shape, or form at all. And, like, you know, streaming and getting into, like you know, balls deep in the gaming world, like, learning about studios and devs and all that kind of stuff. It's crazy how many game soundtracks Trent Reznor's done. And I worship him. And I know I've known for like a while now, but like this was like 10 years ago, finding out he did like, what was it Doom? And there was another older one that he did. Oh God, what was it? Yeah, he's done a lot. I mean, he's still doing a lot of movies, isn't he? I think he just did one really recently. I'll watch anything. Like, I've watched movies I do not enjoy because Trent Reznor did the soundtrack. The newest remake of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, I like that one better than the originals. I know. You all are going to come at me and be like, but it's not the Swedish one. Yeah, but Trent Reznor did the soundtrack. You can't beat that for me. Like there's a cover of the Immigrant Song on that exact soundtrack done by Sandra Oh and mixed by Atticus Ross and Trent Reznor, and it's mind blowing. It's so good. You can't beat that. For me, music is really important to me though. Oh, shut up, Mackenzie. Did you know that's my favorite poem in the whole world? Is that what are you referencing Lord of the Rings? I cry when I read it. I tried reading it the other day to Zach and I cried. Every time. It's my favorite poem in the whole world. I'm gonna get it tattooed on my body someday. My playlist for the last year or two has been Tool, Pucifer, A Perfect Circle, Ginger, and Chevelle. Dude, I see absolutely zero conflict with that. Do you like oh, Spirit Box? I feel like if you haven't listened to Spirit Box, you would love them, CJ. Spirit Box is incredible and definitely up there in terms of just like really decent kind of metal rock. Good morning, Revolticon. How are you, love? Pendulum? Is it a band? I don't think so, but it sounds familiar, but I could be just making that up. Toss one at me. I don't know. I don't think so. Same. How many times have you seen him? I've only seen Trent Reznor twice. He's my favorite. I mean, Nine Inch Nails is my diehard forever band. I've only seen them twice because they're so expensive. They came to Red Rocks last year, and minimum ticket was like $800. I just don't live that lifestyle. It was Quake, not Doom. Thank you. It was. I was trying to visualize like the box cover, and I just saw the big letters, and I don't know why I saw Doom. I think you're right. It was Quake. Yeah, yeah. I am a simple woman. It's true. He did a song in The Crow. He did a song in The Crow. Lost Souls. I actually do believe that might have been the first Nine Inch Nails song I ever heard in my whole life. I didn't know it was him, but I think that might have been the first one ever. Weird, huh? Yeah, the first Quake was done by Trent. There you go. The movie from the 90s with, I think, oh, literally a different shade of green. No shit. It's a poem in Lord of the Rings. I sit beside the fire and think, I think is what it's called. And I believe it's Bilbo it's a song technically, but you know, you're reading a book. It's a poem, whatever. But he's basically singing about death. And it's heart-wrenching, man. I think it's called I Sit Beside the Fire and Think. It's fucking, I'm bad with titles, but it rips my heart out every time I read it. It's so identifiable. Courtney's a beast. I don't like anything, but I don't like everything by anyone. Even Trent Reznor. I hate. What is the album we were just talking about the other day? Oh, hold on. The one with fucking all the George Bush songs on it. Oh, what is that album? We were just talking about it the other day. Hold on. This is one of my all-time favorite bands as well. Show me your albums. Year Zero. Is it Year Zero? Ugh. I love one song on that track, I think. Two. Yeah, two. Two songs. I hate it. I just don't want to listen to political music. He signs his name with a capital G. I could sing the whole album to you because I'm insane, but I don't like it. I just don't like it's all about George Bush. It's not a fun memory, I guess. An anonymous gifter just gifted a sub to Fail Deeps. Fail Deeps, use about was the highest order, go forth and be consensual in all the ways, and thank you, Satan. Pendulum's a band. Propane Nightmare is one of their better songs. I think Glen's gonna grab one for us, but if not, I'll look up that one. Super Bappa, thank you so much for subbing to the class, keeping the classy alive and giving any swings to that prime sub. I fucking appreciate you. I can look. I'll read it to you. It's not a long poem or anything. It's really beautiful though, and literally, there's a line in it about a different shade of green, and that's like the line I want to get as a tattoo someday. Hold on. Yeah, I sit beside the fire and thank God that's literally what it's called. I remembered it. Amazing. Amazing. That never happens. Hold on, Glenn. Let me grab that. Ask me about my albums. Yeah. What's crazy is that album, Year Zero. I can viscerally remember where I was when some of the songs were actually leaked. I think, if I remember correctly, I was in college. I mean, I remember that. I was in college. Literally, I know the desk I was sitting at in my library of my college, sitting on my little MacBook when it was leaked. Like, some of the songs on that album got leaked before the album was released. And so Trent Reznor, like, released them officially on his website so that people could have good versions of them, say, fuck the leaks. And one of the first leaks was In This Twilight. And I bawled. It was one of the most beautiful things I'd ever heard in my entire life. To this day, it's one of my favorite Trent Reznor songs ever. Nine Inch Nails songs, but it's on that fucking album. But goddamn, In This Twilight, like, ripped me a new heart. It was just so beautiful and so different from a lot of the stuff he'd done before. Like, my favorite albums are, The Fragile. Like, unfortunately, I like all the shit he did when he was miserable and fucked up and drunk. And when he got sober, it got a little poppy. But I still listen to it. This doesn't mean it's bad. Good morning, Jay. I just want to say, whoever called you a bitch deserves to be punched in the throat. And if you need me to do it, I do have a medical license to end lives. Good morning, Taco. Did I miss it, Revolticon? I might have. Hold on. Immobile's been shit for days, Glut. Like, even when I'm just sitting on it in the yard, when I take a break with the dogs, it won't load chat or anything. It's been crap. Big Top Burger? No. Stop. They're all auto-playing. This is why my fucking tabs crash. Not because of you guys. It's stupid. It's just everything. Oh, this is one. I couldn't get this to load yesterday. Revolticon, thank you. This was one yesterday. Afterwards, I saved all my links up. Because I had one. I have a El Siberiano, whatever, the drum god guy. He's posted one yesterday, so I had all these links saved. And that one, I could not fucking get to load. So now it's loading. I got it. Thank you. Insane! Broken, Downward Spiral, With Teeth are my faves. I really like With Teeth. That album gets a lot of shit, and I think because it's poppy, and I don't know what that means. Like, I think when people say it's too poppy, to them, by the way, this is Trent Reznor's wife's band. I think when they say poppy, they mean it's like too mainstream or too palatable, but I really liked it. I didn't hate With Teeth at all. I thought it was really good. Wait, your husband called you a bitch in the middle of a restaurant for his dad's birthday? I would have smacked him in the face. Like, I know you're not an evil person like me, but like, I would have shown that bitch my bitch hand. And if you need me to do it for you so you can remain in a relationship and use me as the bad guy, I'm here for you. Inappropriate. How to Destroy Angels is pretty good. Have they come out with... I think they literally only came out with one album, though, right? I love... This music video was great. Like, I really like their... What was the other one? Oh, in the something? Oh, there was another hit by their band. Oh, my God. Ah! I gotta look it up. I hate my brain. No, CJ, I will wait. No. We're gonna probably take a break in here, a couple minutes here, and then I'll play them. No, I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 9 links buffering right now, so you got a few minutes. You good? Go move your shit. I'm just moving stuff over so it'll be on the right side. To Beauvoir. I can do it. Flying, let's go. Oh my God, Don, if you see a drop before I do, will you throw it at me? Because I want it real bad. Furlined is so good. Oh my God, I forgot about Furlined. Furlined is really good. I forgot the names of the songs. You just saying that like ignited a memory in my skull. I think that was one of my favorites too, actually. Jay, let's fucking go. You messaged me time and place. This is the thing, my dudes. There's well, that's a weird birthday gift. Um, there is actually a medical procedure, whatever you want to call, and it's called a precordial thump. And basically, if I witness someone who appears to be in the midst of a heart attack, like happening at that exact moment, I can punch them with all the force I have in my soul straight in the sternum as hard as fucking possible. And there is a slight chance that I can actually, it's like, how do I put this? It's a turn it off and turn it on again button. And I can restart your heart rhythm by punching it really, really fucking hard. Don't do this. Like, you will literally probably never meet a medical professional who's actually gotten to do this because it's so rare to be staring at someone and see a heart attack happening. Like, you know what I'm saying? But all I'm saying is, like, I can punch someone in the sternum and think they're allegedly. I have to pee really bad. So let's take a quick break and then drum videos and music and stuff. It's heart reset. It's literally heart reset. Yeah. My dad had to have his heart reset because it was beating weird. We do heart resets a million different ways in the hospital that are just way more safe, measurable, accurate, whatever you want to say. We have drugs. We have the paddles. We have all sorts of things to restart your heart, do the on and off again button that are not punching you as hard as possible in the chest, because that precordial thump literally works if you catch someone the moment the heart attack happens. Like, the moment they throw a clot, you have to somehow know that and punch them in the chest. Like, that's how, how? I've gotten to do it once. Once. It's pretty rare. Afternoon Kinger. Concussive maintenance, but medical, literally. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We'll talk about this. You want to know a fun fact? This song turned 20 this year. So. We're all dying. I know. I know. I ran across some asshole post recently that was like, want to see some songs that are 20 years old this year? This was on it. And I was like, the weirder part to me is that 20 years ago I was 15 and I was completely cognizant and I remember it a lot. I'm dying. We're all dying in the grander sense of the world, but what the fuck? Every day. I know. Another one? Hold on. This one hurt me. 20 years old this year. How? It's LaRue, Bulletproof. I feel like this came out 5 years ago. Everything hurts and I hate the world. We're in our prime, I know. Like, I went, like, I don't pluck my eyebrows. Like, you guys, I've talked about this far too much. I plucked my eyebrows to death. I was a victim of the early 2000s. They don't exist. I fill them in. But I went in the mirror this morning and there was one huge, just white eyebrow hair in the very middle. And I was like, oh, this is it. I'm going to start getting the weird, crazy ear hairs or something, huh? It's going to happen. Where's my witch hair? Soon. It's coming. It's time. I've never had a lot of nose hairs, man. I don't know how people handle that. My dad, and he's always had like those nose hairs that like bush out his nose. And I'm like, can't you feel it? I can't stand up a dog hairs on my nose. American Idiot's 20 this year too. Yeah. That was another one. That was on the list I saw. I know, me too. It's so gross. She Wants Revenge, that hurt. Really? For some reason, that song, it hurt, but my brain was like, oh yeah, I guess I did listen to that in high school, but this song, I did not listen to in high school. I don't think I ever heard this song until like maybe 5 years ago. So I just thought it was new. It's not. It's not. I think Zach has a nose hair trimmer that he loves. They're pretty good these days, right? They don't like grab your nose hairs. They literally just like, "Wah," and then you don't have to worry about it. I think they're pretty fucking good because I've known some people that try to pluck a nose hair and you will get a zit in your nose. Don't do that. Can you, oh my God, a zit in your nostril? Oh my fucking what? Oh my God. Oh my God, Viata, no! Viata, no! Oh my God, no! I've never. Hold on. Nope. Fuck that. Oh my God, Viata said, PSA, take out your nose jewelry before putting it in a nose hair trimmer. Did it grab it? Ah! Those hurt a lot. No shit. Oh my God, I've gotten like clothes stuck on my nose ring or like a towel in the bathroom. Like you're drying your face and suddenly the towel's like hanging off your face. It's not a good feeling. Ow. I've had this since I was 13, 12. Like it's so healed and it does not feel good. Zeke's an over 40 crowd too, so I'm sure he's keeping tabs on a lot of those random hairs. He has me do it. He feels them, and then what he does is he walks, like, I'll just be, like, in the kitchen doing dishes or something, and he just, like, walks up to me real quick and looks up and goes, babe, do you see it? Babe, do you see it? And he gets these eyebrow hairs that I fuck you not, they're, like, this long, and they will just be curling down into his eyeball, and I gotta get tweezers and grab them because he can't see them. But he can feel them. I already groom him like a monkey. I love doing that shit though, man. Like, oh, I'm a picker. That stuff's my favorite. oh. Oh my God. My husband just woke up. I had a really bad dream. Someone stole my main case of magic cards. Okay, no real talk though. Like, how much money is that case worth? Like, if your husband plays magic, like, I know what some of those cards cost. Like, that could have been your retirement. That's kind of legit. Yeah. They're like some of those fucking magic cards are expensive. Like, whoa. It grabbed the ring. Oh my God. I got it turned off before it yanked. Oh my God. I just have to like hold my nose ring and comfort my face for a minute. This is giving me feelings like the nipple ring incident. Oh my God, I wasn't in high school then. I listened to She Wants Revenge on an iPod Nano while stalking the frozen section of Walmart. I had an iPod Nano. Do you want to know why? I had a full-size iPod that I saved up really hard for. It was like the big one, like the big brick one. And I was dating a guy and he borrowed it and he went to take a shit at work and it was in his back pocket and it fell in the toilet. So he replaced it with a fucking iPod Nano. I hope he's miserable today. Murder. I wanted to murder. Yep, my wife does those eyebrows. You get those super long ones, right? It's crazy because they come out of nowhere. Like, he doesn't look like he has out of control eyebrows by any means. I would not look at Zach and be like, oh my God, we should take care of those eyebrows. But they go into his fucking eyeball, dude. I wouldn't be able to take that either. I wish I had that. You know what? I always thought Zunes were better. But I laugh because I wasn't expecting that. Dude, Bezbelly, no shit. When I was back in the day, I was vegan for like 6 years when I was dating someone who was vegan because they couldn't eat meat products, long story short. But I would have nightmares that I accidentally ate meat and I would wake up in a full-blown fucking panic. I don't have answers for that one. Zunes were better, right? I sleep. How are you, love? I have a sealed basic and a jungle box. What's a jungle box? The beautiful, amazing woman queen, best hair, voice ever, and smile of the year. You're way too kind. You fucking thank you. This is why I never let anyone borrow anything. I mean, if you're letting someone fucking pork your punana or like, I don't know. I feel like I would trust someone to not bust my shit. I'm very trusting, I guess. I want to trauma dump something. I'm being told it's minor, but it's real for me now. I got a notice of intention to terminate rental agreement for non-payment of rent. Claims I don't pay my rent in December and adds late fees that have already been dealt with. Crazy time. Do you have a paper trail of proof? Because that's some fucked up shit. I mean, that's not trauma dumping. That's like a legit. Sounds like someone's trying to scam you. Yeah, sorry I crashed your BMW. Here's a used Camry. Yeah. And it didn't have, I mean, it was fine. He tried, but he was a douche. I've dated some, I mean, we've all been there, right? Like they're not that bad, but 1 year, my grandma died on my birthday and her funeral was on her birthday, which was 7 days after my birthday. And that guy that I was dating at the time did not remember my birthday or buy me a birthday present, but he bought himself a camera on my birthday and then brought it to my grandma's funeral and took artsy pictures of shit. And I stayed. Realize your worth, my dudes. Do it sooner than I did. Cause goddamn. Yeah, I feel like there's I've never lived anywhere where they won't let you pay rent with cash because there has to be a paper trail. It has to be with a check at least or something. There has to be a trail. That's crazy. He was a fucking douchebag. He also cheated on me with a girl at a bar because, and I quote, her dad worked for the Seahawks and I thought I could get tickets. I broke up with him after that one. But I think back on things that I would put up with and be like, I'll never do any better. Oh. He didn't get the tickets, by the way. Yeah, I don't think that's minor at all. I agree with Might. That's a really big deal. Whoever's saying that to you literally has never had their roof over their head threatened. They have no scope. That seems like an asshole thing to say. Paper trail, exactly, Kinger. It's smart. Same. Isn't it sick? I know. It's so, the things that I could go on. Guy I dated after that hit me in the face. I hit him back in the face and he cried. We broke up. But the things that you look back on and you put up with, I didn't put up with that, obviously. You hit me in the face, I'm gonna hit you in the face, but $100%. I bitch slapped him back. I remember it. I full arm fucking wallop and he just and I laughed. But no fucking way. What up, Reasonable? I hope you're doing well, Honeybean. Then again, I was speaking as a guy who only dumped one of his exes and the rest dumped me. You know what, Revoltcom? There's actually a psychological science to that. It doesn't mean either party is bad at relationships or whatever. I'm the type of person where I am usually the person to break up, but it's that's no good either. There's a personality type where you constantly have hope and you'll stick it out in a bad relationship because you think there's hope for it. And then there's people like me that see one red flag and I go, it's gone, done, I'm out, bye. And I'm just gone and I literally disappear off the planet. And that's not good either. It's, ugh. It's the word. Neither is good. Neither is good. Can I just pay you to hit me? I mean, it's not a kink or anything. You don't have to pay me. Hitting's, I mean, if it's consensual, it can be fun. I have some friends and family I won't loan stuff to because they break their own shit too often. I just don't live around anyone that wants to borrow shit anymore. Very on point, Pendragon, but I think rental company has lost their mind. I paid my rent last month and wasn't in violation of my rental agreement. I'm waiting in some turmoil, but I'm okay. The housing Asian I work with says that this is all bullshit. Good. I mean, seriously, like, I don't know anywhere that lets you pay rent with cash unless it's like under the table because there has to be a paper trail. Like, as long as there's a paper trail proving you paid with a check or something, like, they can't do this to you, right? That's insane. Dude, Viata, isn't that gross? That's really what it comes. I've talked about that with my therapist so many times. It's so sad that that's really what it. Not even like just dating, but friendships. Like I was definitely a case of falling into a bad crowd, you would say, quote unquote. To me, the people were fine. I mean, I think all my high school friends were good people. They just had horrific home lives, which reflected on their flesh and in their life outside of the home. And like the amount of people I befriended or dated just to not go home because home was worse. And I didn't realize that though. Like I had no idea that that's what was like psychologically happening. It's fucked up. Fucked up. I can fix him! Ah! I know I hate it. Ugh. Don't fix me. I know I hate that shit. I'm just like guy who sees the writing on the wall and yet still will try to fix things. Like you, I put up with some messed up shit with with the women I dated and yet refused to dump them. Yeah. I mean, you're probably like me in that I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt. Like, obviously, I have some hard lines. You touch me inappropriately, i.e., hitting me in the face. I'm going to hit you harder and then I'm going to leave. But, like, I always try to give people the benefit of the doubt because looking in the mirror, I know myself, I'm nuts. Like, I'm literally diagnosed bipolar, which means I can be two different people at any given time. And I feel like for me to expect sympathy or empathy, whatever, towards whatever I'm going through, I have to give that away as well. And so I tend to do that a lot. I'm like, you know what? I have bad days. Maybe this is a bad day. And I give people far too many chances. Because I'm like, if I want this because of my crazy, I can't control sometimes, I have to give it. But like, you know what I mean? It's confusing. It's hard to do. Here where I live, you could pay with cash, but the landlord would make you a receipt that you paid for the month. And then there you have a paper trail, right? The thing I need to work on before my next relationship, I love like the first couple of months of dating and when it's new and then I kind of fizzle out. I feel so bad for the other person because I just lose interest. Zach literally has said the exact same thing to me. He's the same exact. Seriously. Like we were talking about this very recently. Like he was talking about that like in terms of me, he was being cheesy about it, but like he said that he's like up until dating you because we just had our 4-year anniversary, but we don't celebrate it because unfortunately it's literally January 6th. We need to change it. I think we're just going to adopt January 4th or something because, like, what a terrible day. But we've been dating officially for 4 years. And he was telling me I'm the longest relationship he's ever had. And he said every relationship before me, he's like, he said literally verbatim, he feels terrible. He gets bored. And it's not that that person's boring. It's just the excitement's gone. And that's like what he thrives off of. And I was like, maybe that's why it works with me because, like, you're kind of dating 7 different people. Like, it's always exciting. Not that that's a good thing. But like, to someone who doesn't like the excitement, I am utter chaos and I am a mess and I'm exhausting. But to someone who thrives on that excitement of what the fuck are they going to be today? Maybe a good personality trait. Maybe you need to find a bipolar. Maybe there's a dating thing for that. But don't feel shame about that. It just honestly, I don't think this is my personal opinion, allegedly. I don't think you get bored of the person. I think you get excited about the idea of a relationship, but not necessarily about that person. And once the idea of the excitement wears off, you realize who the person is and you really weren't into them to begin with. Does that make sense? Because that's happened to me too. Like you kind of just get wrapped up in the idea of it and the excitement of like being in a relationship, not necessarily the person. And then once that new relationship excitement wears off, it's just the person you're left with and you realize that's not what I was excited about. And that's nothing wrong with that person. Not everybody's going to like everybody. Nothing wrong with that. Like we're humans, we have tastes and shit. But I think that's kind of how it you know what I mean? I have a hard time believing we're addicted to the like we only can like cuz we evolve. I mean, Y'all have been hanging in my channel for hours a day for how many years now? And you aren't bored of me. Like, we all maintained friendships for many years, but it's because we didn't, get high off of an excitement of a relationship first. We met a person and dug the person and therefore hung out with that person. There wasn't like, you know what I mean? There wasn't the element of something that was just going to disappear eventually. Cheers. You know what I mean? I totally get that. Yeah. I don't want to waste people. I feel like I waste everybody's time, though, let's be honest. I have 2 anniversaries this month. Tomorrow is our 7-year been in Michigan anniversary with the water. And 23rd is our 9-year. Cheers to that. Fucking 9 years, dude. Right, Bobo? It's so corny, but I love that song by Massive Attack. Teardrop? Love is a doing word. Love is a verb. I love that. It's like trite, but it hits pretty hard. Every time I hear that song, I'm like, yeah. Massive Attack fucking knew what's up. Unfortunately, that's the fucking song from that dumb medical show y'all watched. So every time I play it, everyone's like, oh my god, it's the song from that show. Where everybody gets like, what is it? Cholera or something? House, that one. What do they all have? Like, it's an ongoing joke. Everybody has blank. I've never seen the show. I just cannot remember. Lupus! Yeah, it's never lupus or it's always lupus or something. That's the inside joke on it. Apparently, that song was the theme song for it. So every time I play it, people are like, oh my god, House. I've never seen it. Lupus. How could anyone be bored of you, Katie? I asked, honestly, be bored? I think bored, I mean, anything can get boring, right? Like, literally anything can get boring. I think I get, like, this is just allegedly, but, like, I imagine that just based on my experiences with other people, I would be exhausting to a lot of people. Because I'm medicated, I go to therapy and stuff, but that doesn't fix everything. I'm still very neurospicy on the inside, and I have bad days and good days where I just have to, like, this is the thing. My bong's smoking itself. 1 second. What I think is exhausting, allegedly, this is just coming from my, like, seeing how people react to this mess, is that it's really, really hard to love someone and watch them going through something that's obviously tumultuous, painful, emotionally, psychologically, etc., and you can't help. And asking if you can help makes everything worse for that person. So now what do you do? I imagine that's emotionally very taxing on the partner of someone who is like me. Because you can't. Like, there are days where my whatever's going on up here just is real hard to deal with. And the moment says, oh my God, can I do anything to help? Now I feel guilty because I don't know how to tell you to help me. And it just starts to compound and gets worse and worse and worse. You literally can't help. You just be there. And that sucks. I can't fathom being in that position. I have never dated someone like me. I don't have any idea what to do in that situation. But that's gotta fucking suck. Because you can't. You can't do it. There's nothing you can do. You know? They all have anal leakage. That's the lupus. It's never lupus. Is that what it is? Oh, I love Cage the Elephant. That's such a good song. I do think of Borderlands when I play that song. That opening to that Borderlands game was so good. Also known as American Sherlock Holmes, but medical. Is it really? I let myself get treated like shit in my last relationship because I was convinced that that was the best I was gonna get. Don't worry, I was wrong, and I'm very happy not in that very happy not in that relationship. Good. There's no such thing. That's the crazy thing. There's no such thing as the best you'll ever get. Like, there's no such thing. There will always be something out there that seems a little bit better, but, like, in hindsight, you can't even really how do you compare humans? You know? It is. I am very much so. Little Black Dress, like very, and I'm like, for someone maybe that is relaxing and chills a lot, I would probably drive you crazy. I'm like a worker bee. I've told you guys this before, but I like if I'm not streaming, I'm not sitting, and I'm not exaggerating. Like it's not like I'm getting up a lot. I don't sit. I will run. I avoid the chair until like midnight, and then I'm like, I'm tired. And I just die. And then the moment I'm awake, I'm out. I'm gone and I'm doing shit. Like I'm never not moving. I'm never not doing stuff. I'm always arting and creating. And I can see how someone who maybe sees like their intimacy time as laying down and watching a movie together, I can't do that. Like I'd start crying because that feels like torture. That would really hurt someone. Like that's how they feel close is to relax together. I physically don't relax. That's horrible to me. Like, the word relax gives me a little bit of a trigger in my head. I'm like, "Oh, stop it. Shut up." And I can see how that's I mean, it's and I don't see that as a fault on either party. Like, there's a lot of personality traits I couldn't take. Like, for instance, if the only time my partner wanted to hang out with me was laying on a couch watching a movie, we wouldn't have a relationship because I can't do that. Just different people, right? I do a lot of seg standing. Mhm. Both just have to be okay. There's nothing you can do, can't control everything. Yeah. I mean, and it's really hard though. Cause I mean, when you see someone you love in pain, I think most of us have that instinct to, what can I do to get you out of pain? I care about you and I do not like to see you in a negative state. What can I do? I'm an adult. Let's fucking work on this. But it's like, it's invisible pain you can't do anything about because it's like, look, creepy Katie back here or whatever's going on. You know, I like some of my neurospice, but I don't like the we need to do XYZ today, so why is my body refusing to move? Yeah. This is a great song. I haven't heard this one in a bit. Oh, we have videos. I'm gonna pause it. That's what I wanted to do. I think most of them I literally have, I think, 11 videos up from you guys, which is fine. It's just they took a while to buffer, so I gave them a minute. Hold on, you get frustrated because there's literally nothing you can do to help, and they feel like an asshole for getting frustrated. Yep. And it just starts to spiral. It's like a snowball. Like now I feel bad because you feel bad because I can't help you help me. Now we both feel shitty, which is why a lot of neurospicy people choose to stay single and very sad and lonely because why subject this to that? Like if I care about someone, why the fuck would I subject them to this? That's what my brain instinctually does. I have to be with someone who, hey, I like you, does that like in my face and screams at me because otherwise my brain tells me that that's not real and I will run because I know this is a fuck. I know this is a mess. Like I was told this was a mess for many years of my life. I'm well aware. And like I feel like a burden, like the existential burden kind of thing. Zeke, seriously. Like that's the kind of person I've found that I have to be with someone who, doesn't just like, oh, haha, self deprecating. They like grab your face and look at you and be like, hey, don't call my best friend stupid. I don't like that. And you have to be like, oh my God. Like, I have to have someone like that because otherwise I will, like, I have, and I'm sure a lot of you can identify with this, I have 7 times the conversations in my head with myself all day than I have with real people. So by the time Zach's off work and we actually have an in person conversation, I've had 27 conversations with him in my head already. Maybe. I never stop thinking, I never stop moving, and I never stop going. I'm exhausted by me. Like, God, fuck anybody around me. Jesus. Oh, is there a legal about the Disney shit? Fuck yeah. I have a Siberiana one too. That's the first one we're gonna watch because it's mine and I'm just selfish. But I'm really excited. He dropped this yesterday. Let me grab the legal. So I'm assuming this is about the Disney mouse thing, right? I'm actually curious about it because we were talking about this, how Mickey, like not Mickey Mouse, but Steamboat, whatever, went, what is it? Oh, open license or whatever. What is it called? Oh, I just brain farted. You know what I mean. Oh my God. domain. Jesus, thank you, Genova. Public domain. Steamboat Willie went public domain because it's like over 70-something years old or whatever. And I said to chat, like, I'm shocked that Disney allowed this to happen. And a lot of chat was like, oh, Disney can't do anything about it, Katie. Like, there's nothing they can do about it. It's just the way it is. So I went and read about it later. All of these copyright laws exist because of Disney. Like, they wrote them and they kept extending them. Like, this is why I thought this. They made them. Like, the only reason they exist is because Disney, like, he made some character way back in the day that got stolen or something or bought out, and it made him destitute, so he wrote these. Like, that anti-Semitic fuck did them. Which made me feel better because I felt kind of stupid after stream. I was like, man, why did I feel like Disney had all this power? Oh, yeah, because they literally wrote those. They wrote them. Like, no shit, I kind of felt like maybe they could put a halt to that, but I'm interested to see what Legal Eagle has to say, so I'll pull that up too. And those are usually like 15 minutes, so I'll let that buffer for a minute. Legal Eagle's great, though. He's pretty fucking funny. Sometimes you just gotta be there. I have a friend, and we'll talk about stuff, and I have her clarify when she wants to be heard versus wants an opinion response. You know, my therapist gave me that tip years ago. Literally, like when you're having a conversation with someone and they're bitching, just say, are you looking for a solution or support? It's not an unfair question because there's a lot of times that they just want to bitch and they assume you know that. And like, it doesn't matter what solution you try to come up with. They're not here for it. I think it's a totally, like, it doesn't mean you're not here for either. It just means like, what are you looking for? Because I'm here for both. I'm here to problem solve, but I'm also here just to hold your hand or cuddle you on a couch or whatever the fuck you need. I'm here for both. Just tell me what you need right now. Because sometimes people just need a vent. I totally get that. I think that's a really good move, honestly. And I think that can be really relationship building because that's just good communication, right? At the end of the day, that's just really fucking good communication. I feel blessed my partner treats me like a special blessed thing. He's the kind of guy who makes me happy to buy Valentine's gifts. Oh, that's fucking cute. Free use. Oh, never. So I sleep all night. So basically, we'll watch this legal video. He'll probably break it down. He's really, really smart, and he breaks down like legal nonsense for us layman's people that do not understand that shit really well. He's very good at it. But essentially, if you copyright an image, say Mickey Mouse, it's only yours for 70-something years. Does anybody know what the exact number is? It's only copyrighted for 70-something years, and then you have to prove that you're like actively using it or something still, blah, 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 in order to extend that again. But again, all of these copyright laws were literally written by Disney himself. They didn't exist before him, and he wrote them because a company fucked him over. So they're very much written in Disney favor. But one of the original, like, Disney cartoons, Steamboat Willie, which is kind of the pre-Mickey Mouse, went public domain recently. So literally, like, the day it went public domain, a bunch, like, a horror game themed by Steamboat Willie, like a horror Mickey Mouse, was released. A movie. We watched the trailer to the movie where it's like a horror Mickey mask or something like that. But it's Steamboat Willie, not Mickey, as far as I understand. But I'm sure Legally will break it down. He's way smarter than I am. He's the way I can talk about the body, he can talk about the legal shit so much better. It's enlightening because, man, that stuff is so baffling to me. Free use is something different entirely.
Penetrate that asshole.
Did you take your joy today?
I need to roast out my bowl
Never
really
forget
quick,
to
so
take
let's
your
watch this
joy,
video, and I'm just gonna
and I
pull off this.
guarantee you'll be able
If
to
it
do
looks
as
like I'm turning
smooth as
purple,
velvet.
it's just clogged. Don't worry about it. But that's I have like I've listened to podcasts and shit where they break down like literally, you know, millennials, like we did kind of like create that short form. And I couldn't realize, like, are we just lazy on keyboards? Like, why? It was because typing hurt. I mean, damn. I don't know what kind of, like, by the time I got a phone that could text, mine, I would do, 1, 2, 3. But then if you went 4, it wouldn't loop back to a letter. It would start going through special characters. So if you missed the letter you needed, it was like 17 clicks to get back. It was insane. But my first phone ever, it was a Nokia brick that was just like that navy blue one with the silver, but it didn't have an antenna. It could not text, literally didn't have the capability, and it only had Snake on it. That thing survived me rolling my car down an embankment under a boulder into a creek and leaving my car overnight in said creek upside down. We went back the next day with a tow truck and my dad, and my phone was just chilling on, still charged, doing great. Amazing. They were indestructible. The battery didn't even pop out, dude. I quite literally took my car my very first car. I totaled the fuck out of it. It was terrifying. It was the Nokia, but there was a couple different forms. Like I remember there was one that had a little antenna, and like that one could text and do a couple other things. Mine absolutely could not. I know! We invented your little language, you little fuckstep! Get off my lawn! You and your drip. How are you, Rage? My anxiety, I remember, like, we lived out in the middle of fuck nowhere, so our phones didn't, literally, it was actually kind of funny. So the only reason I had a cell phone was because I was able to save up and get myself a car, and my parents wanted me to be able to get a hold of them if I broke down in the middle of nowhere, because we lived in the middle of everywhere in Eastern Washington is the middle of nowhere. It just is. And there's nowhere. Like, you would walk miles without seeing a house or any sort of civilization at all. The irony of that was that there was exactly zero reception for a 30-mile radius around my parents' house. So I knew there was this exact cutoff point, like this turn in a highway where my phone would go dead and I had no way of getting a hold of my parents anymore. It was kind of humorous. But that was the only reason I had it. And it was indestructible, but it could do nothing but call. That was it. Oh, Bezabelli, that is awkward. You know what's weird? I've had the same phone number since high school. Like, I've never changed my phone number ever. Same phone number since that little Nokia bitch. And every once in a while, I get phone calls from Eastern Washington, and they're from, like, prisons. And there's just, I never answer them, because I don't answer, who the fuck answers their phone? I don't answer my phone. But, like, I look at it, and I'm like, I wonder who the fuck got arrested from high school? Like, who the fuck else would even know my number? It's weird, but it happens at least once every couple of months, if not once a month. I have a missed call during the day sometime from like Walla Walla or something. I know. It's so, and it's just, it'll never be a person. Like if you listen to the voicemail, it's always just that, you know, the automated operator that's like, this is a toll call from Walla Walla Penitentiary, whatever, blah, 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 blah. It's weird. And I mean, I only had like 30 kids in my graduating class, so it's a very small pool of people from Eastern Washington today who might possibly still be aware of my existence and my phone number. Like 30 people. Give or take. I don't know. That's what I mean, it has to be because I just don't know. I used to think, I used to think all new phones were weak, but they're finding intact, and on iPhones, they got sucked out of a plane. Oh my God. Genova, that story is horrifying. Oh my God. I watched Philip DeFranco talk about it. Holy shit. Like, and I just have, like, I'm not saying I'm a witch or I had anything to do with it, but the day that happened was the day I was telling y'all about that book I read that talked about the faulty exit doors in the exit rows of planes. And how, like, 9 times out of 10, the exit doors don't open, and it's just a pile of corpses fried together in a weird meat pile against said door. And then that happened, and I read about it, and I was like, oh my God! Like, one of the passengers closest to the door that, like, the chunk of plane or door or whatever that ripped off was a small child. And the air pressure was so strong, it ripped the shirt off the small child. And the mom was holding the small child so that the child didn't go with the shirt. Crazy. I don't think anyone was injured, right? I think everyone was okay, but holy crap. Yeah, wear your seatbelt. Holy shit. Yeah, and it wasn't like in someone's yard. And then they, like Genova was saying, they found a few iPhones. Totally intact, totally fine. Ooh, new hyperfixation unlock for you. Watch Mentor Pilot on YouTube. He covers airline incidents with incidents with recreations and engineering explanations of what happened, what changes. Oh God. Will it haunt me more than the things I know, or will it settle me? I wasn't even I wasn't seeking to learn this information about the exit doors. On an 11-hour flight to Greece, I picked up a book in the airport called Stiff. And I used to unplug people for a living, and like death has been kind of just in my life my whole life, so I've always been comfortable with it and kind of fascinated with death. I don't know why, let's not go there. But this book, Stiff, literally the cover of the book was a foot with a toe tag, and the description was like all the different ways that bodies are treated after death, i.e., if you're cremated, buried, if you donated to science, etc., etc., etc. And I was like, wow, that seems really fascinating. One of the chapters was all about people who study plane crashes. Very unfortunately, I read that on the plane. So that ignited like, oh my God. And I love to travel, but I want to feel good about travel. You know, I don't want to feel bad about travel because holy shit. Yeah, great. That's what I was just, it's so scary. That shit, what the fuck? What the fuck? It settles you really? Okay, I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna write it down. I trust you. All I'm saying is like, I don't need more. I mean, I fly. Like, I choose to believe, keyword. I choose to believe that when it's my time, and I don't really got a choice about it because I like to travel and I'm not going to let the potential of going down in a plane, like, stop me from flying. It's like, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I hope it's quick. I don't want to survive it. I don't want to eat butt cheeks on a mountain. You know what I'm saying? So I'm still going to travel, but it's cool to learn about. I mean, I always find like the more you know about something, the less you are afraid of it, right? I find that at least with me. Are you taking off? Mackenzie, have a beautiful day, honey bean. I've known so many people that have worked at Boeing or work currently at Boeing. Mentor pilot. Got him. Depends on the butt cheeks. I mean, they're frozen and raw regardless, though. Ooh, what if... Oh. I've never... You know what's crazy? I've never been anxious on flights. I have zero fear of flying. I have anxiousness over getting on a plane because I know depending on how long the flight is, that's how long I'm going to be really uncomfortable. I talk about it way too much and I feel like I bitch way too much about it, but I'm so tall that planes just, I don't fit in them and I can't afford expensive seats. So I inevitably end up squished up in a seat and just like super fucking uncomfortable for a really long period of time. So like, you know, if the flight ends up 6 hours or more, I'm kind of praying for it to go down at that point because my knees hurt. There goes the fucking neighborhood, right? I'm going to follow this person because that comedian was great. That was fucking funny. Okay, hold on. There was one. This is the one that Glut gave us. This is Pendulum. I don't think I've ever heard him before. It autoplayed so much. Why are you like this? Bastards. Dude, Rage, you fucking get it. You literally get on an airplane, you're like, what are these seats for ants? No shit, on a flight from I know I tell this story too often, but I'm still very mad about it. On a flight from Thailand to Singapore, I had my kneecap dislocated by the person in front of me because they insisted on reclining their seat into my knees, which were already in the back of their seat. And when they felt the resistance, what did they do? Push harder. And I cried. And they looked at me like I ruined their fucking year. Bitch, you dislocated the only thing on my body that's floating. Are you fucking with me right now? People. People! They're the worst. Turbulence. Okay, JJ, you got me there. Turbulence is the only thing that makes me a little uneasy on planes. And we have a lot of that over Denver, sadly. It's your birthday? Oh my God. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Nope. This is your day to have a lot of fun. We're waiting for the celebrating. This is your day, so happy birthday to Katie's voice. Shit. Yo! I'm so sorry. My voice has been so squeaky for days. Happy fucking birthday, and I hope it's beautiful, and I hope you eat something absolutely delicious. Delicious! Happy fucking birthday. Go potty. Perfect timing? Wait. Go potty and then we'll watch it. It was good happy birthday moment. We had to sing happy birthday and cheers. Happy birthday. I really hope you eat something delicious. We were talking about that the other day, Rach, because I was saying, like, even though I'm really tall, I realize I'm not as broad as most people. And I've literally been on a plane flight where I was in, like, I think I was in the window seat or something. And the poor man that was assigned the seat in the middle was like a linebacker. And I'm not fucking with you when I say he sat this way the entire flight. I offered to trade him seats so many times. I was like, please, I'm not doing this out of pity. Like, I'll fit there. Please, I can't watch. He didn't. His shoulder bones didn't fit the seat. Like, you can't suck in your bones. What the fuck? It's not right. Like, a lot of people will blame it on their weight. I don't think a lot of it's weight. I've absolutely witnessed the bones of people not fit. Coach, I mean, honestly, most of the people I know that are my height or higher, i.e., probably Scandinavians, they just accept that they need to. Like BDO, for instance, can't fly without buying the step up class, whatever that is. I want to say business class, but like, who knows? They all name stupid classes where it's just like, it's still shitty seats, but you get like a little bit more. Cause I mean, I can squeeze and like kind of sit sideways or like, gay up my seat and put a leg up or something, I'll do this shit. He physically doesn't, cause he's that much taller than me. He's almost 7, like he's fucking tall. I mean, I assume you just accept flight is more expensive for you. And that's just the way life is, unfortunately. It sucks and stupid, not fair, but I think that's what happens. Pro tip for fat flyers. Wait, Southwest Airlines has a fantastic fat people plan. I don't like the term fat people because I have a lot of body issues, but like I get where you're going from this and I'm in support of it. Are you saying you can get wait. You basically can purchase 2 seats on their site and then ask for a refund for the second one and get 2 seats for the price of 1 for you. Wait. And that's like above board? Like purchase 2 seats on their site, then ask for a refund for the second one. But how do you still get the second one? It is. It's totally legit because it sounds like a great thing. Like it sounds awesome. I mean, for a lot of people, they just are not. I mean, planes, they're shrinking planes. They're criminals, right? We know this. Like this sounds like a really good thing for a lot of people. I mean, yes, there's a lot of people who are like large, have a couple extra pounds, but I don't think that can be the be all end all. Like they love to say that. Like I know, oh my God. There's a state right now, I don't remember which state it is, but they're fighting a legislation that would provide free lunch for kids because, and I quote, of the obesity epidemic in children. That's the excuse they're trying to use. And I think it's grotesque. And I think that's what airlines do. They're like, our seats fit everyone except fat people because of the obesity. And it's like, no, they don't. You can't do that. I don't fit and I wouldn't call myself fat, you ass fucks. It creates like an acceptable excuse to provide shitty service. You know what I mean? What up, sugar? How are you, love? You are lucky. I'm all legs. Oh, really? My company does a lot of work for Southwest and they're upgrading their seating. Good. They don't take that second seat away. That's what I would think they would do. My assumption is they don't fill the second seat since you refunded. I don't know how much longer you'd be flying that airline. Like, I'd wonder why they wouldn't fill that seat. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not above board, but it sounds like a great thing because there are a lot of people who just genuinely are wider in many different ways. I mean, God, like, imagine if you are a new mother with an infant flying and you could do that to have that seat empty next to you so you could, like, lay your baby out, play with your baby, just have some space for your fucking baby. Amazing. Like, that could be advantageous for so many people. Like, I've seen so many moms sitting there holding an infant for 11 hours on a flight, and I cannot fathom what that's like. For the mom or the infant, my God. No shit. The average seat width is smaller than the upper end of the shoulder width. I believe it. I believe it because my like hips roll under the armrests. I was bitching about this the other day. because it's no fault of the people next to me, but I swear to God, they always like put their hand right here and like against my like rollover. Like, you know that's my butt, right? Can you stop? It's literally my ass. You must stop. You may contact us for a refund of the cost of additional seating after travel. Oh, you refund them after travel. Oh. That is great. Why don't more people know about this? I mean, if that legit works, that's kind of, it's so you refund it after travel. I mean, that's kind of fucking amazing. I imagine, so this is where, because I don't like awkward confrontation with human beings, like, what if, you know, the plane is like, there's people on, waiting to get on planes or whatever that's called, like they're, being shuffled, and the stewardess or steward sees that empty seat by you, will they just fill it without asking you? Like, do you have to, like, say, like, "No, that's mine"? I feel like that'd be an awkward conversation to have. Would you have to, like, fight for it? Be like, no. What do you do? Because I imagine the plane would wanna fill that and make money, right? Oh, no shit, the only reason I know about it is because Kevin Smith had issues with Southwest and called them out on Twitter, and they changed their policy. Good for them. Sugar, I don't know, I imagine there's, like, probably some sort of, like, I mean, people probably would abuse it. I don't know. How do people not abuse it? When I did that, they would let you add a note that it was for a customer of size. Oh, and they put both seats together. That's phenomenal. Yeah, what stops people from abusing it just to be selfish? I mean, if the seat's paid for, they've made the money, but I don't, so, like, I don't know. I've never, like, missed a flight. I know, crazy. I go early. You know, I'm an early plane person just to alleviate anxiety, but, like, say someone just doesn't make it to the flight and there's an empty seat, I think they'll still put someone in it, and they don't refund that flight to the person who missed their flight, right? So they're making double, kind of? That's 2 people who paid for the same seat technically, but one didn't go anywhere? Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know. I can afford the extra leg room and sometimes first class now too, so that helps even more. I got to fly first class once because I was shuffled. It was incredible. Although I didn't like that the steward knew my name and wouldn't stop calling me by it. Like, they get way too friendly up there. I like, just ignore me. You know, I kind of want you to be a little rude. I don't, hello, Miss Katie, how are you? Oh, who are you? No. Why is that happening? I didn't like that. If you're big enough to use the customer of size policy, I imagine you're actively sitting in both. Yeah, it would just have to be like, I mean, I guess the steward would have to verify or whatever. I don't know. I would hope people wouldn't abuse that, but there are shitty people everywhere, right? Am I correct on that? Okay. So that's what I would assume they would do the same thing with that seat if that wasn't a thing, like a note that says those 2 seats are together or whatever. You know what I mean? It'd be different if you're late versus sitting with an empty seat. Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to have that I don't want to have any conversation. I'm just anxious. I'm socially awkward and anxious. I fake it till I make it, you know what I'm saying? I come off as confident, it's not real. Uh, like, I would be nervous to do that if I was a person who was larger and needed that extra seat simply because the steward might ask me about it. And, like, that entire flight, I might have a heart attack because I would be so, like, just that moment of confrontation would make me over the edge. I'm crazy, I know, but I would put myself in misery to avoid that conversation, so I'm just wondering how likely that is. In case anyone else out there is like me and just doesn't wanna say anything about it, I'll own up to being nuts. I don't want it. The less you notice me, the better. The more invisible I seem, the fucking better. Airlines double, triple dip constantly. I believe that. They're shitty. I mean, I would believe anything negative about them. They're nasty. Okay, let's watch this. When I was a kid, if there was any, like, if I got any kind of attention it was always going to be negative attention. Either my mom was just having a bad day and looking for someone to take it out on, or she'd find something I did that upset her and she'd come find me to tell me about it. But I was never, like, our house was 3 stories and I lived in the basement. No one, not one human came to the basement unless it was to confront me about something I did wrong. Left a dish in the sink or something. So it got to the point where if I heard footsteps in the house, I would turn everything off and act like I wasn't home until I didn't hear the footsteps anymore. Because I was just like, fuck, if they know I'm here, someone's going to fucking come down here and bitch at me about something. It was just never anything positive. Like, how's your fucking day? Ever. And I think I just got to a point where I was like, it's not worth it. Like, my existence is a burden. I gotta go. And I just every person I've ever lived with has commented on this, but I walk like a ballerina. And it's weird. I never noticed it until people started like mentioning it when I had roommates and stuff in college. But I actually only walk like on the front fat of my foot when I walk around, and I walk silently. And it's because when I was a kid, like if a floorboard creaked, one of my brothers would come barreling out of some doorway and like throw me off a banister or something and be like, "Why are you so fucking loud?" And I'd be like, "Ah! Ah! I don't know!" And so now I walk invisible. I'm not saying anything like that happens in your house. I'm saying maybe it's a middle child thing. But like, I know where mine came from. I got a lot of issues with just like trying to blend in and be invisible and never need anyone. Like, the less I need anyone in my mind, the easier it is to love me. And that's really fucked up. Blah! I have to save this video. That was really good. I'm in therapy and medicated. Don't worry. It'll be forever, but I'm working on it. Making sure I saved that comedian because they were great. Dude, Bob's Burgers, the fuck? That one is not loading. How about our legal one? Where's that? Buzz. Where's that one at? Bitch. I had a burp. Nope. Oh, it was little. Let's not worry about it. I feel so bad. I have to ask him twice about things just to make sure he isn't worried about conflict. Honestly, you're a blessing just communicating with them. Like, I hate sharing horrible stories, but this is shit that I remember. And it's weird to me that it stands out because I was so fucking young. But like, when I was like 4 or 5, my mom took me to McDonald's for the first time. And because she realized I was kind of like introverted and I liked to do things alone. Like, I would go outside and play in the woods alone, go find a bug and talk to a bug alone. She would take me to McDonald's, buy me a Happy Meal, but then she would carry it into like the playland area. She would sit at a table and she'd say, "You can have it once you've gone and made a friend." And I wasn't allowed to eat until I went on the big toy and like socialized, and she witnessed it. And I would have to like fake laugh with a kid in the ball pit with a hypodermic needle in my heel to eat food. Like, it was so fucked up. But I had to have other people tell me that was fucked up. Because in my mind, I was like, well, I was kind of antisocial. Like, maybe I was fat or... What the fuck? What the fuck? I had to work for my nuggies, motherfuckers, and that's not right. I know. It makes my skin crawl thinking about it to this day. Like, the visceral feeling I had, like, it sounds stupid to someone who doesn't have social anxiety to tell them that my skin is burning at the thought of entering that crowd of unknown people. Why are you making me do that? And to that, they're just, to someone that doesn't have that feeling, they literally can't identify. Can't identify. To them, it's, oh, you're fucking crazy. Don't be weird. See, and that's what I'm saying. That happened to me, though, at such a fucking young age that I didn't have a sense of will or like a sense of having a choice. So for me, it wasn't like, to my mom, it was, this is how we'll teach her to be social and make friends. But in my mind, I was like, this is how I have to fake it to eat food. So I just learned that I needed to put on this mask to be presented with the bare essentials a human needs to survive. Therapy's gotten me here, kids. I'm not this smart. It's fucked up. Childhood fucks people up. It's great, but everyone gets fucked up, and parents are just human beings doing their best. No fault anywhere. We're all just a product of the world fucking us up. Like, we're all fucked up. It's all a process. I mean, dessert, honestly, it's never made me feel weird. I've never felt weird about this, about like the camera thing. And I don't know what that is. I don't feel like even going to TwitchCon or something, I don't feel socially anxious at all. Like, it's real weird. I've talked about this before. The first TwitchCon I ever went to, it was the second TwitchCon that ever existed. I didn't go to the first one. So I think it was 2015, 2016, something like that. I was anxious. Like, it was my first time ever going to anything like a convention, actually. It was my first convention ever in my life, and I was going by myself. And this year, they were, like, allowing streamers to go in early before, like, a couple hours before viewers, just to, like, go peruse the floor and get an idea of the floor map or whatever. And I went in by myself, and so many streamers that I had, like, met just streaming, just played games together or something, immediately recognized me and, rushed me and were like, "Oh my god, Katie," and gave me an immediate hug. And we were all wearing, like, anime shirts and just, like, we had our lanyards with all of our fucking nerdy shit all over it. And it was it's so corny to say, but I seriously, in my life, I've never felt so, relaxed in a room of people where I just felt like I didn't have to explain myself in any way, shape, or form to one human in this entire building. It was crazy. And I feel like that is how Twitch has always felt to me. I don't, I'm sure a lot of you feel that way. Like, a lot of you've probably experienced, lived a lot of your life explaining everything about yourself over and over and over to a point where you're just, I don't care anymore. Just assume what you want. I like Totoro. I'm not going to explain what this fucking creature is again. I'm done. It's exhausting. And to be in a room where you're just like, everyone gets it. And no one's gonna make you feel, it was just like warm and inviting. And I don't know, it was cornily nice. And I've always felt that way about Twitch. Like, it's just a whole bunch of people who fucking get it. None of us, we all kind of go, yeah, same. Like the social anxious thing, or like the doing horrible things to avoid any form of confrontation in your life because, God forbid, it's negative and sends you into a panic attack. Like, where else in the world can you just like find other people that can identify with that? But that's all we have to do. We like empathize and that's it. We're not in therapy. We're not doing anything about it. We're just like, I get you. Like, I fucking get you. Same. Like, I sweat more in a social confrontation than I do running 7 miles in the morning. What the fuck? Like, bodies are stupid. Cheers. Yep, visibility. I've tried to explain that to Zach because, like, hard same. In the most relaxing environment, like manufactured relaxing environment, i.e., I've gone to like a massage place where they like play the fucking like the Timu version of Enya, and they like put some hot stones on you and they tell you it's gonna line your chakras or whatever. Like, I just want to laugh and shit my pants and die all at the same time. It's just cringes me so hard. It's so I can't. I like that is my panic room. But like it's sick, but like put me in front of a body that's dying and I'm just like, "Mwah, calm. Everything works. I remember everything. I could do anything. I'm a superhero. I thrive in chaos and it's sick." Not just dead people, but that's my reference because that's what I used to do for a living. You know what I'm saying? I know, but I think most respiratory therapists are very similar to myself because I've watched it in other RTs where, like, if there's a night where we don't have a lot to do, like, RTs are really different to a nurse in that nursing, they usually have 1 to 5 patients and they are not able, like, a nurse doesn't have the freedom to just walk away from the unit and go explore the hospital. Whereas RTs, there's usually 1 RT for an entire floor or an entire building of patients, hundreds sometimes. And we have to travel that constantly, go back to our unit. We're going all over the hospital, getting ventilators and stuff. So we have a lot more freedom in that aspect. And a lot of the time, we have a lot of downtime. Like, it's fucked up to say, but an RT's job is kind of just sitting around waiting for people to try to die, and then we try to go stop it or whatever. So a lot of the nights, there's nothing going on. Like, we're just covered in pagers and phones, and none of them are going off. And I've never, ever seen an RT choose to sit with that time. Ever. Ever. We would make tracks of the hospital of the biggest circle you could possibly do, going like in the underground tunnels and shit like that. Get our steps all night long. There's not, and then you watch them in a code though, and their eyes suddenly get a little droopy, and they're like, "Whoa." And I think it's something. I can't speak for nursing. I can only speak to the RT side because that's what I lived. But like, they're all at least a little on that spectrum. You know what I'm saying? You like, I don't know how you could do that job for an extended period of time if you didn't thrive on that chaos. And by thrive, I mean just going to a level of high functioning. By thrive, I don't mean like, ooh, goody, death. It's just like, it's like the what do we say? Like when you get really, really into something and time just disappears. What is that like? I don't want to say the zone because again, I'm talking about like codes and shit, but you know what I mean. It's that moment of hyper focus where everything clicks and you don't question yourself. But it only comes in a moment where it's severe. Like, it's why I would procrastinate everything in college. I had to teach myself to procrastinate because I write better papers the night before than I do if I do 7 rough drafts 2 months before. I just had to teach myself that's how I work. My brain clicks in when it's in a moment of anxiety, and that sucks. Anxiety sucks. Hyper focus. It's a hyper focus. I think you can get it with playing a game, doing an art project, singing, whatever. Anything where your brain just won't, everything clicks and you kind of, nothing could break you from that concentration, I think everybody has it somewhere. I don't think it's special to just medical people. I know that's where for me, it was, I felt it. It was crazy. And at any other moment in my life where I'm just chilling and hanging out, I can barely speak the English language, which is my first and only language. I'm like barely functioning. Let's be real. It's bizarre, and I just think there's nothing wrong or broken about any way of thinking. It's just different. It's just different, and I'm grateful that like if you find an area of career or whatever where you find that your brain can click like that, that's pretty good. Like I think CS, honestly, people, you coders, I think you do it with your job. You are I'm not calling you out here, but I kind of am. You are absolutely a certain personality type, and you absolutely have found a career path and I say this because I know how to type. I'm familiar with computers. Could I sit and code bajillions of lines of nonsense math for hours on end with no, I could not. I mean, I literally just couldn't. I could know how. I could be a pro at it, and I couldn't do it. I physically couldn't do it. I don't thrive in that environment at all. But there's a lot of y'all. Well, that is your chaos. That's your, and you just get it. There's what is it? There's a movie or a show or something like that where someone's talking about how something just makes sense to them. They're trying to explain it to someone. They're like, it just makes sense to me. That's your thing. And I think it's because of that. That's what your brain thrives off of. Mine just happens to thrive off of terrible chaos. It's just different. Pat probably knows. Pat probably fucking listen on a code. I'll remember every protocol there is. Isn't that weird? Whereas like dude, Pat, seriously, I have like moments of panic where I'm like, am I forgetting ventilator modes? But then I'll literally go to sleep and start dreaming about PRVC. I'm like, oh, nope, she's in there. She's deep. God damn it. Like, I haven't touched a ventilator in over 3 years. Like, it's stain. You'll never get rid of it. She's in there forever, man. No shit, quote. Yeah. It is kind of a time blindness thing. I mean, I have time blindness all the time, but when you're in the zone, you don't care about that time blindness. Because you're doing something, I think that's why I was so insanely fast as a cashier. People are waiting for me to do my job so they can leave. Same. Yep. And you start talking 1 million miles a minute. I feel like I had a dog hair in the corner of my mouth. Hyperfocus is a part of ADHD too. 100%. That's what I was saying, CJ. Like, I think a lot of respiratory therapists, and that's all I can speak to personally, are like, at least on the spectrum. I don't want to diagnose or anything, but I know myself, like, that's absolutely one of the moments I want, and I feel I don't like at any other time where I'm not in a moment of anxiety or chaos. I second guess myself so hard to the point where I make myself wrong by not trusting my first instinct. But in those moments, you don't have time to not trust your first instinct, and your first instinct is the right one. Your brain clicks in. Like, it's literally, in our case, life or death in front of you. So, like, your brain does it. But for some reason, when you're out of that situation, I'll second guess myself all fucking day. It's so dumb. I hate it. I'd love to break it, but unfortunately, I've learned through therapy that it's something that you just have to accept about yourself and do workarounds. That's just the way your brain's going to work. Obviously, as a software engineer, I'm exactly the opposite. With the, like, well, I mean, what would be, so seriously, Sronlin, give me an example of a chaotic environment where you would do your job, where it would be expected to do your job. Because I can't think of one. I'm not asking sassily. I literally can't think of one. Because I'm not saying being in medicine is always chaotic. Like, very specifically, my job, I worked in critical ICUs, surgical ICUs. So if I was called, there was something bad happening, like, I can only speak to personal experience, though. Like, Pat works in ERs, so most of my friends, unfortunately, the people I click with in the medical industry, like, we worked in the worst of the worst, because it's where we thrived. I mean, honestly, I would have never lasted on the floors. I would have been bored out of my fucking mind. Seriously, I would have gone brain dead because you're done with work by 11 p.m. and then you got to sit around until 7 a.m. awake. God, no. I'd go crazy. Code is pain. I mean, sometimes. I used to have trouble reading. My eyes tended to go faster than my brain. My eyes do that. I pre-read before I read. It's terrible. No shit. On the new meds, are they working out for you, C-Town? Fuck yes. I love to sing and I like it. I like it. I like my it stuff. It's my advocation, my it stuff. I do behavioral health billing. It's a similar concept. Yep, it's the typing. 10 key. It's like, I didn't hate 10 keying. I did work in a cash office for a while. I didn't hate it. There was a certain piece in it, like that repetition and just your hand, like, for hours on end. There was something to that kind of, and you were just, at least for me, I was literally in a room completely alone, like in a cash room. So I was alone for like 6 hours, just clicking and listening to music or like watching Parks and Rec on my phone or something. IT, not it stuff, Katie, you fucking idiot. Honeybee feel that good. I'm glad I'm not alone, but also I'm so sorry. My hubs was in a job for 12 years where he cleaned up Excel spreadsheets. All right, today I learned there's something worse than Excel. There's something worse than just being required to use Excel. Cleaning other people's Excel spreadsheets. What blessed fucking hellscape is that? I have like sick chills down my spine at the concept of being asked to do that. Oh my God. Like, I just learned there's a whole level of hell I didn't even know existed. What the fuck? Oh, nope. We had to use Excel so much in chemistry. It was just a nightmare. I hate Excel. I know it's great. A lot of people out there worship it. I fucking despise it so much. No. Oh my God. Holy shit. No. Quill, you smack that ass. What a brain. I could never. They have job security because what the fuck? Hell no. I have to reread the last 3 pages of a book that I know I read, but instead of paying attention to what my mind read was thinking, yup. You know what, CJ? I stop reading if my brain starts doing that. I just realize I'm not in the mode to read. I hate it. I'll do the same thing though. I'll literally catch myself subconsciously reading the same paragraph 4 times in a row because my brain is not actually reading it. I'm like stuck on a word in it or something. And I have to like stop and shake and be like, stop read. You're just not there right now. You gotta stop. Like sometimes your brain just isn't in the mood. Certainly stuff can go to shit in computing. I was doing industrial control stuff, but that isn't the time to write code. There's always the emergency stop button, then cleanup, then quote, what the hell happened and how do we stop it doing it again? So literally you kind of have to catch it in the midst of chaos and then go back and kind of like, maybe physically, but like metaphorically dig through the debris of code. The fact that y'all even want to be around my dumb ass is crazy. Your brains are on different levels. Again, with the sick chills, I might have to vomit. Oh my God. Yuck. Seriously, cleaning up Excel spreadsheets sounds really good to me. I'd like that. Okay, Sheldon. I would. You know what sounds good to me? Organizing someone's house. Which probably maybe, like, you know, that would give me a raging boner. I think it's the sitting and the typing that is the part that really I'm like, oh my fucking God. But like physically, I fucking, yeah. I live for that shit. Like every time I go home, my mom's like, you want to do something with the bookcases? I'm like, mm-hmm. But I think it's the physicality of it. Cleaning up Excel spreadsheets sounds really good to me. Wow. You guys are unique. You're unique. I mean, in a great way. We need people like that. Obviously, I could just never do it. I'm in awe. It was part of a company that sold small tech and motherboard parts, so codes for everything. Just go, oh my God. And this is the other thing. So, Quill, I don't know if you know this, if you can ask your partner, but like, from my understanding from coders in chat, what they've taught me throughout the years is that like two coders can be coding in the same language, but their code can look completely different because each coder has their own language they code in ish. Like their own dialect, you might say. So it's not like you're going through something that's just like a verbatim translation. It's like you're right? It's like a code style, right, Barry? Yeah, everybody, like, kind of coders in general adapt their own style. So you're at what the fuck? I what the fuck? My personal hell. Personal hell. I had a lot of coding friends in college that so I learned a little bit about what they did. Like I've told you guys about the special music they would listen to. Like my metal loving friend who I went and saw like Trivium and All That Remains with multiple times. When he coded for school mainly, he would put on Lady Gaga. No shit. That was his coding music because he could just wonk and suddenly 6 hours would disappear. And I was like, I'm sorry. Like, aside from the Lady Gaga thing, who's a goddess? Let's not ignore that fact. 6 hours of sitting and typing? Did you pee yourself? I would be dead. Literally deceased. Yeah, every coder has their own style of how they like to name their variables and the way they like to write out their code. That's right. The Temple of Babel. Oh my God. JJ, you might have just literally said the best. Like, I mean, coders, would you disagree that like a stack, a theoretical stack of Excel or code written by various coders would no shit be like the Tower of Babel? Like, oh my God. That's a really good analogy. There's so much paperwork in my company. It's also government related. So if anything happens, they can figure out what happened. Down to the screw manufacturer, that's honestly kind of like medicine's the same way. Like we chart the most ridiculous things that like when I first got into it before I had worked in hospitals, I was like, why are we charting the most, benign, asinine, bullshittery things that have nothing to do with anything? And it all has to do with paper trailing. Just in case you like, if someone tries to sue the hospital, we have everything. And like they've even encouraged writing massive like paragraph notes on every number you chart, just so there's just the more you have, the more paper trail, the better. But honestly, I totally get it. It was exhausting, but I get it. 4 spaces is correction. I'll fight anyone who disagrees. Wait, tabs versus spaces. Where do we stand on that? And can't one coder get to the solution with, say, 10 lines of code while the other needs 100? I think so, and I don't know what the fuck that means. And the only reason, I hate to say it, the only reason I'm even familiar with that is isn't that how Bezos, like, not Bezos, fuck twat, that owns the twatters now. Oh, what's his name? The muskrat. He, like, that's how he laid people off in his company or something, allegedly, maybe, possibly, I heard. He basically was like, all right, y'all submit code for something, and whoever writes the shortest code wins, or whatever. But I don't think it absolutely means it's the best code if it's shorter. I don't know. I know nothing. Like, what's that sound like to you guys? Does that sound stupid? That sounds stupid to me. Like, that doesn't mean that's the best code, right? Just because it's short. Doesn't mean it's bad, but I don't think it's guaranteed the best. There are 1,000 ways to code most things, all correct. There you go, yeah. The Tower of Babel, fucking got it. We chart way too much shit, but you'll be happy to have charted so much when you go into court, seriously. when I was my very first hospital ever I worked at, I like got firsthand experience watching a few nurses have to go to court through a bad case. And it was heart-wrenching just watching them. Like, these were good nurses. And it was just like, the only reason they were fine is the shit fuck of charting. And like, we had this culture, and I'm sure you do too, Pat, but if you're not traveling a ton, if you're not a traveler and you're working your like residency at a hospital, you often get a really good relationship with other nursing and other respiratory therapists and people in the hospital and whatever. And we crisscross charting. So like, I might chart my ventilator numbers, and then you left click your chart number and say add note, and then you can go in and write paragraphs about that number. And I'll go in there and I'll like tag my nurse for that patient and say number was this, spoke to Tina Offerson, about number, may adjust bicarb, getting a hold of Dr. Schnoofleflop, and it's all timed. The computer like takes times of every single like second you're typing all this shit. It's just they'll do the same to you. Like, administered X in the IV while respiratory therapist Katie Flooperflop was in the room doing blah 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 blah. And it's just like crisscrossing all of our tags so that, and it's not, it's saving our ass because unfortunately, some people come to the hospital and are super unhappy we didn't treat them like a prince or princess, and they decide to sue us. And when they can't make money off of us, they then try to get our licenses yanked. And it is horrific, and it happens all the time. So, like, for instance, I don't know what Pat or Neuro have on their head, but when I worked at a hospital, I had to have around $800,000 of liability, $800,000 to $1 million of liability on my head at any given time, actively working as a respiratory therapist in a hospital, just in case someone didn't like the way I unplugged Nana. It never happened, thank fuck, knock on wood, because I'm a nice person, and I think relatively personable, and I don't just go in there like the fucking Grim Reaper and chop their heads off, but like, I've seen it happen. Or like people come in and refuse all care and die, and then the family sues because we didn't care for the patient who refused all care. We can't force care on you. What? Where do you think you are? Like, this is America, you gotta buy that shit. I don't know what tonsil I mean, it depends on if you have it really depends on everything. Honestly, the vast majority of charges in any surgical procedure are coming from your anesthesiologist because they have billions of liability on their head because they're literally in charge of your life or death situation when you're under. They're like and they're usually an RT or a nurse who has gone to further education, so they're like a pro that becomes a pro. They are hardcore and they are expensive. Anesthesiologists are fucking expensive. They make bank because of it, but like worth it, right? Like, do you want a shitty anesthesiologist? Nah, dude. They do. They bill totally separately. I mean, I think a lot of them are actually I don't know what you call it up in the north, but in Canada, in Canada they might call it something different. But down in the States, we have like oh god, you might know the term. You guys might know the term of it. It's where like the doctors don't work for the hospital; they actually work for a different company and they're contracted. And a lot of anesthesiologists work that way because hospitals get sued all the fucking time. And unfortunately, if an upset person or someone who has done wrong, because that absolutely happens too. I'm not saying all medical workers are perfect. We fuck up. I haven't though. Knock on wood. I'm great. Uh, like if they don't work for the hospital, then they don't end up under that umbrella of getting sued. They're like contracted in. And likewise, if they actually do something malpractice, fucked up, whatever, then the hospital can't get in trouble for theirs. It's their contracted company that does it. And because anesthesiologists are just so big dollar, they're like a high dollar item, whatever. That's the way a lot of it goes because they are just expensive. I mean, paying one. Like, I don't even know what they make on average anymore, but it's in six figures. It's high six figures. It's crazy. Worth it. I mean, you want a good one? Pay them what they're worth. Like, God damn it. They literally can just leave you. But it's some scary shit. Can confirm, anesthesia coder. There you go. Yeah, it's there. I don't know what it is anymore, but I know I have a couple friends who were RTs and became anesthesiologists, and they make very, very nice money. But, I mean, in the way that I'm in charge of a life, they have taken that life under their wing. I don't know how to say it's even stronger. I don't even know how to say that. Like, I don't you know what I'm saying? Like, I put someone on a ventilator and I'm maintaining their life that way. They literally put you out and could just leave you there. And I don't know. It's so crazy. It's like if a nurse and an RT made a super bug together. That's what the anesthesiologists are. They just are everything. It's crazy. They're so smart. They're kind of assholes sometimes, but it's kind of like I feel like they have to be kind of arrogant and they come off as an asshole because that's their patient and you aren't gonna fuck their patient up. And I respect that because I am the same way with my patients in my rooms. I have a lot of love for RTs. Thank you. I'm like a generational RT. It's real weird. My son's alive because of fantastic RTs who kept him alive in the NICU. Okay, NICU RTs, different level. Like NICU in general. I mean, and I don't say this as a joke. I don't say this facetiously, and I'm not just trying to like lick butts here. NICU nursing and NICU RTs are actual like maybe gods or like demigods or something. Not only the willingness to take on the livelihood of a baby, cause, but like they are so strong. Like it's such a different atmosphere. I've chosen to go train in NICU just in case because it's good to know everything, and you get to shadow them. And the nurse, like in adult care, for instance, I get to go in and out of that room. I'm doing what I want. Like if the nurse is there, we definitely work together, and it's awesome when we chit chat and we work with the patient together. But I don't like feel the need to be like go to my nurse and be like, hey, I'm gonna go do my vent check now. Like we both trust each other. It's kind of an environment. Adults are a lot more hardy, is basically what I'm saying. Babies are so delicate. Like like on an adult, if you're on a ventilator, I control your oxygen, right? I can give you no oxygen and just room air, or I can give you like 100% oxygen. And if I fluctuate that number 20%, it's not necessarily going to kill you unless you're like a heavy duty COPD or emphysema person for like days. A baby, a liter of oxygen can be the difference. Like they are so delicate. And these human beings say, you know what? That's going to be my responsibility. And, like, if you work in NICU, you go get your nurse and you go in as a team, and it's almost like watching something out of a sci-fi movie. Like, you're both there this close to the baby, and you are just like, "Womp, womp, womp." I mean, it's so serious, rightfully so, right? But, man, the people that do this for a living, I mean, I know some NICU RTs and nurses that have done that their entire life. The fact that they're still sane and functioning as human beings outside of the hospital is a goddamn miracle. They're incredible. Like, they're a different level. Thank you. Like, RTs are medicals. Like, let's be honest, RTs, nurses, amazing human beings. But, like, taking on the babies, the baby, the most precious of us, like the hope of the future. Like, damn. When you get really visceral about it, it can get real deep. Shit is wild. They are just respect all around. And they can, again, I've heard a lot of people be like, my NICU nurse was kind of a bitch, or like I met a NICU nurse who was a bitch. And I feel like they're not bitches. They're just, you know what? When you're given a baby and like their survival is based on you, and someone gets between their survival and you're going to do something about it. Like, I don't care about your feelings if it puts the baby in danger. And that sounds really cold, but like I'm sure the parents would be grateful. Raise your hand if you'd be grateful for that nurse. Because hard same. Yeah. Like, I'd much rather that strong bitch who's like, nah, dude, I'm not gonna make nicey nice if it risks baby. Like babies are just, it's different. It's a different world and it's very delicate and it's fragile. And I'm sorry you ever had to go through anything like that with babies in a NICU or something. But I'm so glad you had a good RT. Like that's a gift. What a penis! I love you. They do not tolerate fools. They do not. They don't. Oh my God, Glut. I've seen employees, I've seen people, relatives go out of the NICU crying because a nurse went after them. But like, if you have a baby, like say a preemie baby who has like, we had to give them surfactant. So some babies, if they're born super preemie, what happens is, so you know how you have like your thoracic cavity. So there is a fluid between your lungs and this sac that is stuck to that thoracic cavity called surfactant, and that creates a pressure gradient. So when you inhale and exhale with your diaphragm and these muscles, it pulls your lungs with it. Inhale, like inflating them and deflating them. That's how we breathe. preemie babies are born without that surfactant, so we actually have to like inject it into their lungs with a syringe. Therefore, we keep them in the NICU. Therefore, I probably don't have to tell literally any of you, even the non-medical professionals or people who have zero history with a baby in the NICU, that like they're kind of at high risk for respiratory infections at this point. Yeah, not only are they preemie, but like we have injected things into their lungs to make sure that they are. And you'll see like I've never seen a parent be stupid about this because parents are usually like on it, like they're listening. But like extended family members, friends of the family, whatever, they'll quite haphazardly like put one sleeve of a gown on, one glove, a mask hanging off of one ear, and start to cross the threshold into the baby's room. And like that might not sound like a big deal, but I will body slam you out of that fucking room. Not only did you not wash your hands, not gel your hands, but what's that? That's a baby. Like, yeah, they're cartilage and you can play with them when they're good, but that's not the time. Now's not the time. I will body slam you, and I don't think I'd ever incur a parent that would not support my body slamming, because what the fuck? What in the ever living fuck? Or like, this is something that I kind of I sympathize more with, but a lot of it doesn't happen as much anymore, thankfully. But there's an older generation. I think a lot of us have parents like this or grandparents where like you could taste their perfume before the car got in the driveway of their house, or like before their car got in your driveway. Like suddenly you tasted opium, by whatever in the back of your throat, and you're like, why is there chemicals like that? They would like with the perfume and then like bathe in it in their room for a minute, and it just like permeates their body. We will have people come into the hospital like that, into a situation where it's a baby or like a high risk respiratory patient, et cetera, et cetera. And the conversations I have to have, like, I'm not high risk and I'm actively coughing and choking on whatever you're wearing right now. You need to go home and take a shower, and they will try to sue us over that. I've like it doesn't work, obviously. Like there ain't a lawyer that'll take that case, but like the things you have to just I empathize a little bit more with it because in the regular world you don't, I guess most people aren't going to be like, "Hey, I feel like I'm eating your perfume, maybe less." So you just kind of get away with it, but in a medical setting you can literally send an asthmatic into attack and they die with perfume like that. Like it's crazy, and I will get you the fuck away from the baby. However I must do it, I will. It might come off as bitchy, but the baby will be alive, and at the end of the day, that's my goal. My contractions were off the charts, and I was wailing at that point because of the position they had me in. And she goes, yelling does nothing to help the pain. Who said that? Who said your labor and delivery nurse was a bitch? Yeah, I would agree. What? I would have kicked her in the face. Like, if I ever said anything like that to a patient, I give you them permission to kick me in the face. What? That no. What? So let me read the rest. My husband said, "Do you have somewhere else you can be right now?" Fuck yes. That's the way to be. That's winning. That's winning. That's sick. What the fuck? My little guy was born at 36 weeks, 6 days. Oh, he's a baby. I mean, they're all babies, but he's a baby. Was born emergent and had wet lung. Yep. We got lucky and only needed a 16-day stay. That's honestly really lucky. Was it a pretty nice NICU? The NICU that I got to work in was like brand new and it was so shiny. It was so freaking nice though. Oh my God, the bed warmers and stuff. Um, I personally worked in C-sections. So I worked kind of, I mean, jokingly, but like definitely as a nurse's job, but I'm like mixed as RT. I caught babies. So like if there's two surgeons doing the, opening and the fishing out of the baby and everything, I'd be that person that looks like a ghost draped in the sterile blanket, like standing by the bed. It's warmed, I warmed it, but it's a sterile blanket, and I'm underneath that blanket, and they, like, plop that little wet turd in my arms, and I take it over to the warmer and, like, your baby and wake him up, and then bring him over and do skin to skin or whatever you wanna do, which, like, it's crazy, but, like, not a lot goes wrong with baby in C-sections. A lot of the time, it's more likely mom, but I fortunately have never seen anything bad go wrong there, so it's been a good It's been a good, but it's kind of like, I think someone in stream pointed this out a few years ago, but it's weird to think about that there's like, I mean, I worked at this hospital 3 years where I worked and did C-sections, not did them, but caught the babies. There's like 3 years worth of night shift babies that I was the first skins they ever. You know what I mean? And this was like 15 years ago, so they're like maybe getting their permits to drive right now. No, not 15 years ago, 12-ish. Not permits, but like boobies. I don't know. It's weird. I hate life is so fast. Life is just so fast. And like it's just weird. Yeah. They're the little pre-teeners. Yeah. It's just really bizarre to think about. Time just flies. Especially it's really, I mean, I don't have kids, and so I feel like time doesn't fly as fast for me. It probably flies like well, how do I say this? I feel like I don't notice time as much as someone who has a kid because when you're watching a human being like grow, you really see time. Like you see time. You know what I mean? Whereas like I'm full grown and nothing around me is growing, so like everything's pretty stagnant. Nothing's really changing other than like the length of my hair and like I'm waiting for that fucking like witch's hair or something. But like other than that, versus having a baby or something, like watching that. I think about that with I have 2 cousins. They're like my generation cousin's kid. Like they would be the same generation if I had kids with my kids. And they are like in college. They're like in their mid 20s now. And I remember when they were my cousin's oopsie babies. And I remember my cousins like coming to my Nana's house and sitting down at the table and the whole family was around and it was like shame, you know. George and Randall went out and impregnated some bitches. And now these girls are like full grown humans going to college. And it's just so weird to even think about that. Time is bizarre and it's broken and it hurts my body in all the ways. I was a half oops. Your son turns 13. Wow. Big wow. Holy shit. 2 of my coworkers, Katie? Maybe penis. Coworkers last night made me cough so bad because they come in bathed in their perfume. Yeah, I don't think, you know what I think it is? I don't think they're doing it on purpose. I think some perfumes, when they're like aerosol perfumes, they have chemicals in them that help them like, you know, spread out and be aerosolized and not be like just a spray of liquid in your face or whatever. I think they get to the point where they're desensitized and they can't smell it. So they think they have to spray on more. I think that's it because I don't think anyone out there is aiming to like choke us out. And I think maybe there's just no one in their life who's willing to be like, hey, that's a little violent. Billy in the other room called a priest. Maybe we need to wipe some of that off. Like, you know, we're also afraid to offend each other. We're letting people go out there and be like smelly offensive, you know? I don't know, but maybe. We had a really nice NICU, not super modern, but they took great care of us. That's what I mean when I say good NICU. Honestly, modern means nothing. Like, the more money a hospital has, the more sus I get personally. Like, where you get all this money from? You know? It's coming from someone we need to know. My niece has her license now. I feel old. Yeah. It's very, I mean, it doesn't make me feel old. It just makes me feel like what happened to time? Like, I just don't, like, in the time that they went from fetal to fully functioning, possibly sexually active, independent human living on their own and paying rent, like, what did I do? You look at that and you kind of feel unaccomplished. Like, they grew a whole new set of teeth in that time. They've done so much. Fun fact, I hemorrhaged, Jesus Christ, after you gave birth. My husband said it looked like a murder scene. Were you okay? I mean, obviously you're okay. Like, what? What? How doth I avoid a hemorrhage out thine poos? Because I don't want that. You know, JJ, I've heard passing a kidney stone is the worst. I mean, have you ever seen a microscopic view of a kidney stone? I'd rather give birth to a watermelon than push that out my pee hole. It's like a little ball of razor blades. No shit, my girl Vissy has a picture of a kidney stone that she had to pull out of her husband's wee-wee with tweezers. And it looks like a spiky ball of nonsense hell. And the fact that she sent it to me is proof that we're friends forever, and also I owe her. It will haunt me. I've never had one. Drink water. Like, oh my good Lord on a stick. I don't know what to do with that. It looks like it's the worst thing in the world. Babies are smoother than that. Babies have bones. I mean, they're mostly cartilage, but they got angles and they're smoother than that. Nah. It's just a no. It's a no on that one. Wait. I was a Vietnam War baby. My dad my chat keeps blanking out. My dad war drafted and my mom made sure he wouldn't die of, oh, bless. Did they stay together? My kids are young adults now, but I don't feel like I'm 46 and been a parent for 20 plus years. I mean, I feel that. Like, I don't know what year I stopped, but I think there's a point in time where our face doesn't change anymore in the mirror, like on a regular basis. Like, there's no grand changes happening, and therefore I don't really have any scope of time anymore. There was a while, you were getting boobs, hips, hair, whatever, height, and then it just stopped, and now I'm like, okay. Like, I figured it out, I guess. I don't know, but I still slam my arms into things, so I haven't figured it all out. They use so much they can't smell it. Exactly. Yeah. And it's just like there's just been no one around. I mean, someone probably said, like, you smell really good, and they were like, I must do more. I found out this past weekend that Good Samaritan ER in Puyallup is the 7th most busy ER in the country. Why? Holy fuck, that's not a small statement. Sending your oldest to kindergarten. Okay, so get this. I started streaming like 8-ish, 9-ish years ago, and there is a dear human who is one of my very, very first followers on Twitch ever. She still is a friend of mine today, still follows and hangs out today. I used to work night shift in the hospital, and so I would stream night shift, just like playing games and shit like that. So I'd usually stream like 9 p.m. to 5 p.m., something like that, or 5 a.m., excuse me. And one night, my girl Sarah comes into chat and is just like, hey guys, what's up? And it's like, I can't remember, like 4 in the morning or something like that. And we're like, just doing something. I don't even know. I don't remember anymore because what she said blanked everything out of my mind. She goes, yeah, I'm in labor at the hospital. I was just bored, so I figured I'd pull up chat on my phone and hang out. And then just proceeds to like update us on the fact that she had a baby while chat was on and while my stream was on. And I was like, what? Did you just have a baby in stream? She totally did. And he's one of the cutest little babies in the whole entire world. Like, he's the cutest little towhead that ever did towhead. And then no shit, a couple years later, does it again with her beautiful daughter. Like, gets bored during child labor and decides, who's streaming? Oh, Katie's on. What's up, everybody? So, and I've had the pleasure, because Sarah and I became friends. Like, I get pictures of her family and stuff. Like, I've got to watch these kids grow up and like get their first pair of glasses and like go to kindergarten and like speak. And I'm like, what have I done? Like, these people learn the English language. Like, this kid learned an English language, What am I doing? Really puts life into perspective sometimes when you look at like what a brain can accomplish and what we accomplish on a daily basis. But it's really cool. There's been a couple people like that. Like one of my mods and dear friends, Kills. He's had a child like while modding my channel and everything, and I get to watch his kids grow up. And that's one of the, I mean, it helps me honestly, like kind of conceptualize time. Because to me, people will pop into channel every once in a while with like 90-month subs, 70-month subs. And I'm like, wasn't that 6 months ago that we did that game that you subbed during? What the There's no way. How many? There's not. And then I have to, I'll like remember when I befriended someone, and then a couple years later they got married, and then they had a kid. There's been people who met in my channel and got married, which is crazy. But like, that helps me like, oh, okay, time did happen. I just had a bad couple 7 years, I guess. I don't know what else to do about it. I pushed her out too fast. That is scary. I'm glad you're okay. Jesus fucking Christ, though. Dis and I are at the emergency contact at our niece's college. Oh shit, my brother was in the dorm decades ago when he was there. Oh, you're the emergency contact at your niece's college? Good. My brother, that's pretty cool though. So you're like familiar with the dorm? Is it kind of weird? Have you been in it again? Like recently? Is it like weird nostalgia? Listen, my cousin that I babysat and changed diapers for has a child that graduates this year. That's upsetting. I mean, technically, I babysat my little sister, and she's like a lawyer with a lover and some cats. So, same. That's upsetting. I just needed to let the silence sit for that one. That's upsetting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they got married a little before he shipped off. They stayed married until I was in my 30s. You know, I think there was honestly just a generation where that was how you got married, because that sounds exactly what, like, my Nana got married to my grandpa. Same. Like, he lied about his age to get into the military to go to war, and then allegedly drove his motorcycle up to the orphanage on my Nana's 18th birthday, and she got on the back, and they drove off and got married, and they were happily ever after. But I feel like that was kind of a time. I don't know. I feel like I don't ever want to look down on it. I couldn't imagine myself like marrying someone simply because they were shipping off to war today. But like, I feel like there was a time, you know? And that baby is now 55 because time. Don't tell people I'm a vampire. I'm not ready to out that yet. It's possible I had 4 hours of nothing after my epidural before it was time to push, or I was just straight chilling. Hold on, I gotta read this. So I'd just given birth. My epi was just beginning to wear off. So the nurses were leading me to the bathroom to clean me off. I go to the door and went, hold on, I'm dizzy. Oh my fucking God. Next thing I know, I wake in a wheelchair with nurses waving, rubbing alcohol or something in my face. And after that, they had me bedridden and cathed for 3 days. I'm real glad you're okay. Yo, me too. Right? That is not some, like, that story has bad endings. I'm sure you're well aware. I'm not going to go there graphically, but goddamn, I'm really glad you're okay. That's some scary shit. You take care of yourself, motherfucker. Wow. Because they didn't tell you hemorrhaged your husband. So it happened and you just passed out basically in it. So, you know, I'll just be over here with my walker and hearing aids. Viana, the fact that you think you're going to be able to have hearing aids by the time you need them is precious. They're not going to let us hear anymore. Oh, man, it's like retirement. It's a cute idea. No shit, they're already doing it. My mom has hearing aids. She had really bad, like, ear infections as a kid. Led to like, degeneration of the whatever, something in there. So she has a hearing aid. And her insurance, she has really good, like, worked for a hospital for 45 years insurance. And they told her she's allowed to get 1 hearing aid in the next 50 years. And she's 70. So good luck. They don't give a fuck. Honestly, once you get that good spine poke, to ease the contraction pain, labor is boring. I believe it. And that's exactly what happened to Sarah Quill. I think Sarah Quill, that's funny because that's a drug. Sarah, Quill. That's exactly what Sarah got epidurals and was just like, well, I'm bored now. I had to have an epidural every time because hypertension is real. I needed to be relaxed for mine and the baby health during labor. So this is no judgment. This is just my personal, like, if I was to accidentally somehow mystically conceive a baby and choose to give birth to it, I want that 1950s treatment. Like, knock me out, get me a makeover, and wake me up when it's clean. But this is also why I'm not having children, because that's probably not, you know. I don't think I'd bond with the little wet worm just because it hurt real bad to get it in here to the world. I don't know, though. Chemicals, mom shit. Not a mom, so I don't know. Maybe. But, like, I don't think that's good. So, like, this is why I'm not having, you know what I'm saying? I'm not having kids, and it's probably a good idea. There's plenty of good moms out there that are doing it for us. I don't need to have kids. They're OTC now. Surely I can get someone to sneak me one. Just one. You're going to have one of the... Yana, please. One day, if it inevitably comes to this, can we get you one of those, like, ear trumpets? You know? Like... I can't even say what era they're from. Where how old are what are the you know what I'm saying? Like hey there, Sonny Jim. And just like, put it in, but then like rub it on people's faces. So I don't have anything that looks like that, but you know what I'm saying? Like what was that, darling? Speak into me earphones. You'd be the coolest old lady ever. Make it garishly ornate and obnoxiously long. Absolutely. Like feathers on it, maybe, that just tickle children as you walk. Oh my God. Can we double it as a bong? Dude, just make it so you're not actually putting your mouth on the ear part. Like, have a secret mouth part, but then, like, freak people out by hitting it like a pipe immediately afterwards. Can you fucking imagine? Stop. I'm sorry, I think you could just pull it off really, really garishly and it'd be gorgeous. In the best way. I just got the notification. This is my 30-year high school reunion. I hate everything about it. I didn't go to my 10-year. I have my 20-year in 3 years ish. I mean, what what could someone I don't know. I feel like if there was someone in high school that like I was bound to be friends with today, like we probably would have stayed friends. I don't know. I've never ever found the appeal of going back to a reunion in any way, shape, or form. I feel like the people that go back to reunions have something they want to prove or are genuinely curious about people that want to prove something, which I totally respect. I get that. Side note, Romeo and Michelle's high school reunion is a perfect movie. Those chemicals are insane that so many people give birth and the chemicals just flood their system. And it's like endorphins from running about 100 times more intense, right? And I didn't want to like name the chemicals because I don't know all of them, but the rush of them and everything, that's what literally creates that like, oh, hey, I might have just pooped something out of my tampon fuckhole, but like, I'm going to die for it. I love it. Give it to me. And then they turn into Mama Bear and they kill everyone and they walk away with their baby. I think that's why though, right? Like that's the purpose. It's so we like die for our babies. It totally makes sense. I'm glad that happened to my mom. I'm glad I didn't die because my mom didn't have that shit, you know? They didn't tell me they were both super close to death and surgery. My son's 1-minute Apgar was 3. I was 500 mils blood loss from needing a transfusion. Am I still alive? My dogs just moved and all my monitors turned off. How does this happen? Oh God. Hold up. If you heard a ding-a-ling, it was me. You're gonna hear a ding-a-ling. I'm so sorry. Hold on. From needing a transfusion. Didn't find out how bad it was until I was reading notes a week later. Oh my lord. Pretty sure that kicked off the worst of my POTS now. In hindsight, it's definitely 2020 after having kids. You know what's crazy? I learned later in life that I have POTS as well. Punchies. Are you stretchy as well? I learned I'm stretchy as well, which apparently is like terminology for just being like whatever stretchy. And my friend Eliza has it as well, and she has studied it. Sorry, I'm just moving my screens back. She studied it a lot, and a lot of the information says that people that are stretchy with POTS are like really high risk baby mamas. Pretty sure you have the trifecta. They're really, really common. What is it? It's POTS. Eliza, what's the trifecta? It's POTS, Ehlers, Danlos, and one other. Is it like just chronically low heart rate or something? Boom! MCAS, EDS, and POTS. Boom. There you go. Yeah. I feel like I have a lot of friends with that trifecta, and I feel they come together. Like they've got to be part of the same kind of like jumbled spectrum or whatever, because everybody has different levels of each. Mast cell activation syndrome? Is it syndrome? It was Katie's Dingling. Oh my God. What is that song? My Dingling. What is that? Why do I know that? That hypermobile life. We stretchy. You were born with an umbilical cord around your neck? I'm glad you're okay. I'm not going. Haven't gone to any of them. There's nobody I want to know from high school, but just realizing that was 30 years ago. I know. I feel that. Yeah. It's really, really weird. It's weird. And I feel like it just gets weirder. I don't know. You ever have someone break into your guy locker and pee in your shoe? Because I have. Is my guy locker my butt? What's that? Speaking of bongs, I was looking for a new one. Does anyone know any nice bong shops? And I mean nice, cool, like cool, funky, unique, pretty fan that are based in ship to the UK. Does Hemper ship to the UK? That's the one that I go to the most if I'm gonna get a bong. And they have like the most unique fun bongs that won't break your fucking wallet. But I don't know if they ship to the UK, but I would check. I think Grass City is another good one, but I don't know if they ship to the UK. I've never looked. The dog's eating my hand. It's fine. It's probably break time. I just am not getting up right now. Hello, Miss Ma'am. Hello, Miss Ma'am. What are you up to? Did you unplug my monitors like a bitch? No. She's just a perfect sweet girl who gets too excited. And it's heavy. My ding-a-ling. Okay, I gotta hear this. Hold on. Tab crash. Or not. Please. Okay. Oh my god. I haven't heard this in so many years. Wow. Yeah, same. I just haven't heard him in so many years. This is like, oh yeah, Viata's worked. It's my computer. It wasn't the link. It was my computer. It just crashes. Like my tabs just crash. It's fine. I know. Do you need to go potty, baby girl? You got some string on you, baby. Yes. Look at these Muppet paws, man. They are epic. You got some big feet, baby girl. Look at those feet. They look like rabbit feet. Good for snow, huh? They go for the snow. Yeah. Better. It was funny. So the day before yesterday when it was really bad, we did like the chicken and rice and or pumpkin and everything. And he was bad. Like he just was crying and acting weird. And yesterday it was like 45 minutes before the end of stream normally. I was like I'm like in the corner of the big room, like the front room of our house or whatever, because we don't fucking use it. And I could see him like rushing. Like he would sprint through the kitchen and then run back in the living room and then sprint back. And I could tell he was going back and forth to the back door. And I was like, guys, I think it's happening. I think he has to shit. So I went and let the dogs out. And then I walk over here to my window just to watch them because it was windy as fucking freezing outside. And both of my dogs just like, I hate to say this, but I'm not doing it to be gross. It's the closest example I can really relate to you. It was like 2 girls, 1 cup minus all the gross. That was just the consistency of just neon orange. And they both had to, I mean, it was, thank you for letting me take breaks when I need, because that could have been in my home. Huh, Bubba? This is my sick boy. Thanks, bub. You did your good boy. Oh, you did your good boy. Yeah. He's always a clingy mama's boy, but man, when he gets sick, he really tells me. And I'm glad. She's a good boy. Minus all the gross. I mean, it was just that's what the shit was like. It was like so fast and smooth and crazy. It was wild. They had to go immediately. Yep, I think Pumpkin, it was like, because it was crazy. It was the day before yesterday. Like, we woke up in the morning and normally we wake up I mean me and my dogs. We wake up and we go for a run and we like go outside and have our outside, excited. What dog isn't excited to get up and go outside in the morning? And his tail was down and he wouldn't go outside. He stood in the doorway and sat on my foot while I was trying to put my shoes on. And I was like, this is odd. But like, I was all sweaty from running. So I was like, okay, I'm going to go take a shower and I'll leave the door open so you can lay in the shower with me or lay in the room with me or whatever. And when I came out, I put my hand on him and I could feel him doing that shaking thing that dogs do when they're in pain. So my body immediately was like, no. And I fuck you not. He audibly just cried for no reason. And that really just sent my soul in a spin. He was doing this thing. Like I normally stand at my desk in the morning and do my makeup. And the dogs just roam around, do whatever they want to do. And he was laying like against my legs or on my feet and would not move, wouldn't budge no matter what. And he would just stand up every like 15 minutes and kind of like walk in a circle and do this like and look at me. And I'm like, speak to me, baby boy. Speak to me, son. What is wrong? I think he was just constipated. I think he had a real bad fart bubble. But we got it out with that neon orange, didn't we, bud? But man, when they can't tell you what's wrong, my BB. I love you. I'm sorry you felt shitty. No pun intended. I don't know why. It was horrible. My heart, I just like, oh. But like we've all had a gas bubble. They hurt, man. That when you just get that like that stingy, like, oh, why? Oh man, those suck. Bonnie gets grumpy when she's sick, bitchy as hell. Oh, baby. My family's dog will not leave my side for at least an hour or so after I get home. That's Bubba. That's my boy Trick. Yeah. He's definitely a mama's boy, but man, when he doesn't feel good, you can tell. I mean, he just gets, like, not just clingy. Like, normally what he does is he just picks a spot in the room I'm in, lays down with his face towards me, and he can always see me. He'll never leave the room I'm in. But when he's not feeling good, he lays on me. It becomes a very different body language situation. And like, I was talking about this yesterday. This was one of the things that I don't think I'll ever forget this. Because he was under my desk, like laying on my feet, he was kind of leaned up against a leg of my desk, and I've got 3 monitors suspended on monitor arms. And he was panting so dramatically and so hard. All of my monitors looked like they had a heartbeat. Like, if my phone had been at hand, I would have taken a video of it. It was, the babies don't deserve to feel sick. You need to go potty, bud? I think you just farted at me. His little tail. Do you need to go out potty, bud? Do you want to go outside? You are so cute. You want to go outside? All right, I think it's break time. Yeah? Maybe we'll try to get Spotify to work because YouTube's being a harchy harch. Oh, blessed be, my son. Bless the fruit. Cheers. That head thing is something new that Trick started doing. And I don't know if it's like him asking for more pets, but he always does it. Like, I'll be petting him, and then I'll stop and he'll go. And I think that's like cats kind of do it. Like, you weren't done. All right, let's take a break. Quick break. I'm going to try to get Spotify to work. New Northern Boys. Okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to close. Let me see. What can I sacrifice? Oh my God. Okay, this one we can just look at real quick before we take a break because this isn't even a video. Brrr, I had to grab a flannel. The wind bit me through my flesh. Oh my good Lord. Brr. I need to get my body back. Holy Christ. Oh, I'm fine. It's fine. My tabs are crashing. It's the fucking Northern Boys video that's crashing over and over. It's not the problem with the link. Go piss, girls. Let's try to get that one to work. They're all crashing. No. No. Don't. Oh, if they crash, they have to rebuffer. No. Stop it. Stop it, Ron. Stop. We hates is it. They're all It's the only thing. I don't have a winter jacket because I can't afford one. It's the only thing that like fights the cold. It's the only thing that this fucking wind can't bite. I don't know. It's literally I don't even know. I don't think this is mine. I think this is Zach's. I have one though. It was my grandpa's, the one I have. I think this one's Zach's, but literally I don't know. It's the only thing that that biting wind doesn't bite through when I go outside with the dogs. It's so cold. Burr. I have my little space heater on my legs right now. Just give me a sec. It's that wind, man. It really bites through your flesh. I don't even know if it's that cold out. I have no idea. I don't even know if it's that cold. I don't even know what temperature it is, but man, the wind makes it feel bad. Come on, little heater. Do your job. Mama's cold. My journal was on the ground. Why? Stay. Man, I like this song, but I wanted to pause it to watch the videos that didn't crash. It's not all of them. Some of them are just repeatedly crashing. All right, I'm thinking because Northern Boys is really hot and popular, which is great for them. Maybe that's why that tab is crashing a lot. So I'm just gonna hot fire, try to get through the tabs that aren't crashed. Glad I'm not the only one. I love when there's little secret things like that. Like maybe, the band did that on purpose. Stuff like that is really cool to me. Is it me you're looking for? He was amazing. The concentration base is incredible. I'm saving the video. No, that was amazing. I'd never heard the band before, honestly. But I'm saving that. Yeah. I mean, come on, CJ. You know I'd fucking like that. So Luna, I was gonna show you. You've probably seen it on the channel before, but there is one of the El Estepario videos, and I'm trying to find which one it is. But he has a really special pedal. And he does a song with it. And this pedal is so weird. It's a kick bass drum, like a bass drum, kick bass drum, whatever pedal. But it actually has like a special trigger on the side to make it a double kick or a single or something like that. I want him to explain it. Hold on. It's fucking fascinating. But it just makes it go faster. It's not like he's doing that with this. It's just added this whole other level of insanity to the drums. Oh yeah, it's crazy. What video is it? I want to say it's oh god, I can't even think of the fucking Blinding Lights. Is it Blinding Lights? Hold on. I must cheat. It is. Yes, CJ, we're going to watch. Hold on, I grabbed it. Oh my god, it's gonna work. This is incredible. So it shows the music video first, and then he'll talk about the pedal a little bit. But you get to watch him use it, and you'll watch. So you know how the pedal, there's like a pedal that your foot would be on like this. His foot will go to the side and hit this little like trigger flap, whatever, that kicks down, and suddenly the pedal is now a double or a triple bass pedal or whatever, and then it goes to a double. He'll explain it better. But if you watch, I'll figure out where it is on the screen. I'll get my face away from it because sometimes I'm right on top of it. But he'll have his foot screen where you can watch his fit doing it. I know. And it's like, for me, I'd be like, oh, now I can do double kick bass, but he takes it and just goes to the other levels. It's just so impressive. It is a trigger, and then there's like another way to make it go back. Let's watch it real quick. These ones are buffering, so we're okay. It's beneficial to drummers, nobody else. Like, I don't get it. If you're into that pedal, you go watch that shit. I have wondered the same. I feel like it's ignorant of me to say, like, does he even work out? Because, like, probably, but also, if he's doing this all the time, like, say he practices as much as we probably assume he's practicing, right? He lives drums. I don't know. Maybe he's got to work out, right? Like, it does. It looks so physically demanding. I think, like, regardless of how often you've practiced, it still is physically demanding, right? But I don't know if you would build that level of muscle mass just drumming. I don't know. But he's ripped. He does. There you go, CJ. CJ says, I never worked out when I was young, but I was cut. He does work out too. There you go. So I was assuming, like, I imagine similar to a lot of instruments and a lot of, like, things in life, being fit is probably beneficial. Like, he probably can drum better because he's in shape, right? Like, just having better control and the muscle memory, right? Like, he's going to have way more accurate muscle memory, I think. I would assume. I've never owned a double bass pedal in my life, but I play barefoot and I use heel toe technique that allows me to be pretty fast with one pedal. I can't even fathom. It's so, CJ, correct me if I'm wrong, but when you are, I mean, I think this is a concept with drumming that non-drummers, myself included, I didn't conceptualize this until very recently. But when I like listen to a song and I hear all the bass drumming, like let's say in a Slipknot song, where it's just maniacally fast, I, in my ignorance, would think previous to watching drum videos with y'all that was that drummer purposefully, muscularly hitting that drum, like using their foot every single time to press the pedal against the skin. I'm sorry if that sounds terrible, but let me continue. Whereas I think what drummers are doing is they are applying a certain level of pressure that they can hold, and they are depending on that pressure causing a brrr, and you only kind of have to do that so many times to get as many hits, and it's kind of the same with the sticks, right? Like, you kind of, like, know the physics of it. It's like a feel thing, like playing trumpet or something, where it's like a feel. Or are you physically like, "Ba, ba, 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 ba," like, I can't even do it with my hand. I would get a cramp. But that's what it looks like with the sticks. Like, it doesn't look like you are going pop, pop, pop. It looks like you are going like that kind of, relying on less of you and more of the pressure applied to the drum and the back and forth between you and the drum. But I don't know. I know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. Chop chops, you're basically forcing each hit, not bouncing. Wow. That's got to be so physically demanding. I mean, the calf cramps. Do you ever get a cramp in your leg? I'm getting a cramp in my toe thinking about it. It just seems like it would be bad. Hold on, let me see. There's a couple other of these videos did not crash. Okay, so Legal Eagle one stopped crashing. That's nice. I don't know what this is. Cool. But I mean, can you imagine if someone made that? Like, for real? I'd watch the fuck out of that. Dude, CJ, that'd be a fucking blast. If I had one, I totally would. Okay. Northern Boys is like a little buffered, and I'm just gonna risk it for the biscuit because I don't want it to stop it. I don't want it to crash. Oh my god. It autoplayed a half a fucking second, man. It's starting hot. This is gonna be good. Hold on. Okay, I grabbed this. Oh, I love Zelda music. Oh, I'm really excited. I'm gonna let that one buffer. I'm gonna load. This is worthy. I'm gonna load a bowl. Someone made something similar. I believe it. People out there make the coolest shit. Like, just in general, human beings that are super creative and look at things like that, and they're like, I have the capabilities. We've got the technology, and they do it. It's always vastly impressive to me. These fucking childproof weed things. Oh, Vixie, I can give you. Hold on, I got you, boo. Unless one of my mods beats me, which is highly probable. Did I do it? Did I do it? There you go. I got you, B. The silence is overwhelming. I just don't want to start a song before the video. Thank you. I love that Christmas. Like, we saw one this year, actually. We watched one of those Christmas lights ones on stream, and it was almost unbelievable. Like, the level that these people, I mean, there were fire. There were fire. There were, like, pyrotechnics. With the song, it was fucking incredible. It was, I mean, I quite literally, I think I said, like, is this real? There's a dog hair on my face haunting me. I think I asked if it was real. It was astounding. Someone has built a machine. It was difficult to get stable. Oh, I grabbed both. I wonder if they're the same. Oh, it's Winter Garden. Yep. Winter Garden. We have the technology. We can rebuild it better, faster, more powerful than ever before. Work it harder, make it better, move it faster, makes us stronger, all than ever, hour after hour, work is never over, work it harder, make it better, move it faster, all than ever, hour after hour, work is never over. Say that's where I don't know where to, I mean, it's just so impressive. A brain that can create that. Wait, Winter Grips is a thing? Was that the name of the song? Was Winter Gotten? Should I look up Winter Grips? It's not suggesting it. Marble Machine. Ah, Spurb's fucking on it. I'm fascinated by this. I just cannot conceptualize where you would start in your head with even creating a machine like this. Let alone writing music on it. I get making your own instrument. Remember too, we've had those auto playing pianos for like ever. Obviously not as complex thing, but still kind of forward thinking. 100%. I mean, those used to be mysterious to me as a kid, but once I mean, you look inside them and you're like, oh, I kind of get it. I mean, I'm not that smart. I'm not going to go make one, but I understand it. Still really cool. Like, I need something to tour with, and this one broke all the time. He crowdsourced money for a second version and then found it wasn't good enough. He's searching methods now to get the timing right and the mechanism bulletproof. That would be incredible, because honestly, that is something I could so hard see at Burning Man or, like, other just enormous festivals where people bring, like, incredible pieces of art like that. Because that is... Imagine seeing that in real life. I almost don't know if I'd believe it. Like, it's that level of impressive, right? Thank you, Young. I hope you are as well. I don't think so, but I'm really bad with names, Burp. Andrew Diamant Duracell? Like the battery? Like a battery. Yeah. Alright. I think I cleaned up everything that didn't crash. Who's using bullets? Bullets? But he's got a gun. Can you imagine? Hold on, I have to open that up in the other one. Don't crash. I think they're fine now. They were just going through a moment. This isn't going to be like a snub, like a snuff video, right? You know when you just eat something and you get that weird aftertaste in your mouth that won't go away? There's something in the song that's doing that in my ear. And I think it's what you're saying. It's like the quality of the recording or whatever. And it used to be like in old games. It would be this like, meh, that almost sounds like a ringing in your ear. You know what I mean? Like it's going through a fuzz box. Yes. Yeah. Like there's something else in the background. Both of our phones just lit up with winter storm alerts. Oh my God, they're telling us over 2 feet of snow by morning, so we're off to Wallywood to buy batteries. Batteries, candles. Can anyone else think of anything? Shout them out. I love you. Be safe. Drive safe. Make sure you have chains or whatever. You know the things. It's like chewing on tinfoil. What is it? It's just like I want to do this. Like, I wanna pull my headphone off and be like, "What? Is something going on outside my headphone?" But I think it's just stifled because of the recording style. It's a muffled, staticky tone that just hits the nerves. Yeah, muffled is a good word for it. It's a weird, muffly sound in the background I don't like. I feel like I'm chewing on tinfoil. Yeah. Yep. I gotta recover. Hold on. It's not I can see where the really coolness of that song. The coolness. I see where it sounds cool. Like, it wasn't super obnoxious to me. It's just that sound is getting me in my noodle. It's getting me straight in my noodles. Like lo-fi. Never again. Never again. Never the fuck again with that shit. I cannot. Lo-fi dictated far too much of my life. I was just gonna bleach our brains with good music. I don't know. Oh, I know what I was gonna do. Not that that was bad music, just something recorded well. Is it? Yeah. This'll bleach. This one's not got that for legal. It's not a super long video, but he's gonna talk about the Mickey Mouse thing, and I'm kind of curious. Like, he's gonna. Well, this is the story. This is a story all about how my life got turned upside down. But I'd like to take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel Air. Something. I know the whole song. I'm not gonna out myself. I'm not that old. I'm a barely. Before we jump into legal, I just want to take a break because I don't. It says I didn't run an ad on our last break, and I just don't want anybody to get a stupid auto ad running over the legal video because it's like 12 minutes or whatever. But he's gonna go over how Walt Disney himself created this copyright law that is now kind of giving away Mickey, which I think is hilarious. And I'd like to hear about it. I don't think I'm old. I don't feel old. I don't think I look. I mean, I probably look my generation. I don't know. A lot of women my age turn into beige moms, so like, I don't know. I don't feel old. The only time I feel old is when I feel internet old. You know? Not a lot of people my age are like as into the internet and gaming as I am. But that's fine. Fuck them. I'm that pipe dream one. I'm trying to. Ooh, it loaded. All right, I'm gonna leave it and it's gonna buffer. Vixie Heart Same, I still get ID'd and I'm cool with that. I think it's the blue hair. Honestly, that makes me just look like I don't have a real job, therefore probably in high school. Thank you, music. I mean, what's young though? Like, what does that mean? What does young look like? I don't know. Discuss. I'll be right back. Break time real quick. I just gotta pee. Take the dogs out, run an ad. But like, what does that mean? I've always wondered that. When people are like, oh my God, I don't believe you're X amount of years. I'm like, why? What does that mean? Vixie, right? I think that's sometimes it because there's not a lot of like grown up jobs, where they're like, that's cool. Hospitals don't care if you save people's lives. So I got away with it a lot. But I always wondered, what does it mean? I don't know. I don't know. I'll be right back. Fucking Christ. What is the weather outside? It is getting so cold right now. We gotta have a storm or something coming in. Hold up. Where is my withhole? Oh, it's 13 degrees and feels like 10. I'm allowed to bitch now, right? Like, that's cold to anybody, right? Uh-uh. Fucking cold. So I guess this snowstorm's called Jerry. Whatever's coming for us. Snowstorm Jerry. Winter storm. This is what might be what's hitting Viata. Winter storm Jerry will bring another round of snow. Wind from Midwest to Northeast. So not me. I just get to freeze to death. Sick. Yeah, it's got like a little radar picture of it. It looks huge and scary. Be safe if you're in that area. It looks like I'm going to get slammed with snow. My dudes, it's going to get to negative 11 degrees in 2 days. I don't want that. Why did I look? Oh. No. No, I don't have anything. I don't fucking what? I just am not going out. I'm going to stay the fuck inside. Please slam my town with snow. I don't even hate snow. I just don't want to be that cold. I don't even think it can cold when it's it can't snow when it's that cold. Right? Like the snowflakes get so fucking small it doesn't happen. There's something like that. Yeah, this is the weather where you get your heated blanket and hot cocoa and you stay inside. Fahrenheit's. It's in the F's, right? That's what my phone's in right now. Yeah. Yeah. F. It's an F. F's in chat. I didn't look. I was literally looking just for snow. It says it's going to snow, but then it says -2, -4, -11, -7. I'm going to die. I'm going to decease. You may never see me again. Rookie numbers suck my butt. I don't like the weather flexing bothers me because I don't flex on people that I can sit out in 100 degrees of weather and be fine. I'm not sitting there like, oh, you feel like you're having heat stroke? Take some clothes off. I don't do that. I don't think it's fair. Fuck that shit. Grabs a straw. It's cold. Yeah, it's gonna be cold. I'm already wearing my wearable blanket and corduroys. Oh my god, I should show you guys my sister. Hold on. My sister got me a Christmas present this year, and it might be one of the most perfect things I've ever. Hold on, let me grab that, young. It's one of the most perfect things I've ever seen in my life. Pat is Canadian. They're a different breed. We've discussed this. Yes. Hold on. It's not a coat, but it's like my sister gets it. She understands me. One moment. I'm tied up. Have you ever in your life seen anything better? It's a dress made out of a blanket. I don't know what this is. It's a sleep lounger. But like I know I say this a lot, but just for people hanging that don't hey, I'm 6 feet tall and a whole lot of legs. So like look at this shit. Please ignore my double socks. It's freezing. Look at this. It's like soft as fuck. I don't even like what do you do about this? The sleeves are a little long and this is like a large, extra large, but I am 6 feet tall. But like this is how to stay a virgin and warm. And you get a real pocket. Which is the best because like you don't get pockets. Oh my god, Rod. I thought we weren't going to tell everyone your cock turned blue after the vasectomy. Is that just something we can talk about now? I mean, you should feel no shame. It's also 3 times as big, arguably unmanageable, but like, go you. Yeah, my sister got me this for Christmas. Mayo. My sister got me this for Christmas. It's literally like a blanket gown. It's amazing. This is what I'll be doing. It's going to be like negative so many degrees here. Fuck this weather. This is what I'm going to live in. Anybody can be a giant cock. If you believe. I'm living for. But can you imagine if you were like, I mean, God forbid normal size, let alone like one of you tiny 5 foot fuckers. This is a full body blanket. You should get one. I don't know what it costs. I'm assuming cheap. I always tell my sister not to get me anything because I'm broke. If it's expensive, don't tell me. I don't want to know. It's literally just called a sleep lounger. It's probably like, it can't be that. But like, damn. I mean, I'm 6 foot. This would go to the ground on someone 5 foot. If you're under 5'5", excuse me. If you're like 5-footer, one of you tiny bitches out there, this is like a mermaid gown for you. I would live for that. Like, like, what is it? Is it Maggie from The Simpsons? You know, her weird little, like, you know, the little wormy tail thing on her little, you know what I'm saying? You would be that. It's everybody's dream. We all want that. Oh my God, Luna, I get the same. If you ever solve it, will you let me know? I have the same, like right now, my fingers are so cold, but I have Raynaud's. It's not like a thing I can do anything about. I don't have like life-threatening Raynaud's, but it's a thing where like the tendons in your body tighten down on the vessels so you have less blood flow. So there's nothing I've ever been able to do about it. I just have fucking cold. I mean, I don't have a solution for it, but sometimes I literally just hang my hand in front of my space heater until it hurts. And then I'm like, yes. I can feel you again. I do that sometimes, but it's terrible, especially if I'm gaming. Like a keyboard game, my hands go numb. They'll start to turn like gray. It's way more common than I ever thought, Donna. It's crazy. You know what's? I have a couple. Well, I think I have one or two of them still, but I had like probably 4 Snuggies. Like there was a year for Christmas, almost every person ever that I knew got me a Snuggie for Christmas. Like everyone was like, Katie's cold, let's get her that. I lived in them. They were leopard print. Hold on. Mayo said, hold on. I missed it. I saw a question and then it jumped. Ooh, what's the lotion that helped your mom and is it possible to order online? The CBD lotion? If you, like, as far as I'm aware, Mayo, everywhere in the United States of America, except a few choice places in Texas, it's nationally legal. CBD is nationally legal because there's no psychoactive effect. So, like, the brand that I use one for, like, muscle tightness or, like, cramps sometimes, is called, Escape Artist. The one that my mom gets, I would just say, like, if you if you have legal weed in your state, go to a dispensary, like a a legal weed dispensary, and ask for the CBD lotion with no THC in it, because what you buy from a legalized dispensary is going to be fucking guaranteed what it says on that little jar. Because if someone like, you know how they do it to like alcohol places, they'll do, what's it called? Where they, like, get a kid to go in and try to buy booze without showing their ID. They do that to pot stores, but they'll test the products and be like, "You advertise this at X percentage, and it only tested at this percentage. Now we can close your shop down, take your license, and ruin your life." So they're very uppity about what they sell, so you're just more likely to get a higher quality product at a dispensary. However, there's a ton of CBD brands out there that absolutely are available online because it's nationally legal except a few choice places. That's actually what I'm wearing. Hold on, Donna, let me grab that. The cold fingies, Mayo, it's the worst. When I was working in the hospital, working night shift in a surgical unit, I mean, it's just like, it's a compounding effect of everything that makes you cold. But my fingers would get so fucking freezing that when I was going to go in and do like patient care, I would actually cook my hands in the hot water in a sink while washing my hands, to the point where it was almost painful just to get some circulation. Because, I mean, you're trying to let people sleep, and if you accidentally touch their skin and they go, like you burned them because your fingers are so cold. It never feels good. That's literally what I'm wearing right now. Look how big it is on that person. I couldn't do that. I mean, it's stretchy. You can do whatever you want. We could be like a, you know, a gremlin. There's a dispensary in my area. I'll ask if they have lotion. Usually, most dispensaries have a website these days where you can see what they carry. Like most dispensaries in my area, man, no shit, you can order everything online so you can look. But yeah, call and ask a bud tender. They love to help. And seriously, like they have to. It's their livelihood if they're not selling high quality products. And that's where I get my CBD lotion. And it has zero THC in it at all. Just CBD. Stop it. Imagine. I can only wish. Come thine titties. Never. I shan't. You are very, very welcome. If you guys still can't find any, let me know. I will do some work because I know people in the industry and shit will find you some. We'll find a good one, whether it's online or whatever. Because they're all over the place. There's got to be a good one. Average Skyrim mod titties eyes. And sentience, ironically. It's super fucking soft. Not a sponsor, not an ad, but it's like so soft. What are you? I think I threw the thing way far away from me on accident. Where did I put? Nope, it's under me. It's so soft. I want to know what this is. It feels like material that won't pill. I fucking hate when they pill. What are you? Velour. What's that? What's a velour? My mom seems to have. Oh, wait, McTaggart. Let me check that one. Hold on. I almost missed. Seems to have torn a muscle in her leg. God, that sucks. Oh, man. I hope if you find some, it works. It's pretty crazy. Like, CBD is, like, a lot of people have, they'll go buy CBD products and they'll bitch about them. They're like, I didn't feel anything. Yeah, because there's no psychoactive effect of it in it. Like, there's nothing to get you high. But what it does is help alleviate that, the swelling. Big time. And a lot of the time, inflammation is what's causing a vast majority of pain. And if it's nerve pain, which is oftentimes what inflammation is causing, painkillers do shit all for nerve pain. It sucks. Nerve pain is fuck all. That sucks. I hope it works. All right. Pause before you go to another song. Pause. I wanted to watch this fucking Legal Eagle in my gigantic, what is it? I want to call it a Snuggie, but it's not a Snuggie. My sleep lounger? Sure. Snooty. I like Snooty. It does. It is. It's pretty good level hood, too. Dude, this is pretty dank. Good job. Headphones and a bun that's the size of my skull. Did you really? Sheepy? Oh, tooth shit. You're lucky. We've had people in the ER that are given, painkillers by their dentist, but nothing touches tooth pain. Like for some people, and they come into the ER like, kill me. Snuggie, hoodie, snooty. No, I like it. I'm gonna go with snooty. Looks like an Udi. Was an Udi. I know. Good job, Sarah. She knows me. My mom got me a scarf. Let's be real. I'm a cold bitch. Anything that's gonna make me warmer is a great plan. It was nasty. I almost passed out. I believe it. I mean, just the looks. Watching what looks like a football player, like a very large, muscular man, like just sweating and crying from pain in a tooth that you can't visualize. Like there's no visual anything. And they're sitting there like, I'd like to die now. And you're like, that's not an option, but we'll try something. I can't fathom. Like pain. Just pain. What is it? Oh, Udis are over $100. Those are cute. But see that fleece on the inside? I'm not, again, not sponsored, not an ad. My sister got me this for Christmas. But like my brain says, Pill Town. I don't like no pills. I don't like pilling. Oh, okay. Let's watch this fucking Legal Eagle before all those tabs just had a moment, so I'm just gonna ignore them. We're gonna ignore them. That didn't happen. Agreed? Real quick. So, the other day, someone mentioned this, like Steamboat Willie went, whatever it's called, public, whatever. And we watched, like, there was a horror movie trailer, and then there was a horror game trailer featuring a Steamboat Willie, Mickey, whatever. And I said, like, I'm surprised that this would go through because Disney owns the world. And a bunch of people in chat were like, like, nobody can beat copyright law. And I was like, okay, but I had this just like, not that anybody was wrong and nobody was wrong, but I had like, I wanted to know why I had this feeling that Disney could own the world and get away with anything. So I did a little bit of research after stream and found out that Walt Disney himself is the reason we even have trademark and copyright law. Like he literally wrote it. I hope they don't, but I wouldn't be shocked if Disney's lawyers were already doing something to take back all this. They just seem like the type to not let money go, but I don't know. I don't know if that's even possible, but they seem like the company to do it. He's the reason. Someone fucked him over with some rabbit he drew back in the day, so he created this. It just made sense why I had this like doom feeling of like, why do I feel like Disney's gonna get away with stealing Mickey back? Like I agree with you guys, but also like why? Did Disney own Winnie the Pooh? I wasn't sure if they owned it or if they just had like kind of like a license, like they kind of temporary used it. I didn't know. They did own it. It is terrifying. I mean, Disney's so big. They own they own how much of Florida? They own such a fucking alarming chunk of Florida. It's crazy. Disney never owned Winnie. I think Winnie the Pooh is, I don't know. It's kind of like how Disney like has a lot of Tim Burton stuff at the park. Do they own Nightmare Before Christmas? I don't know. It's similar. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I went to Disney Park. So much that they are their own county, right? He didn't create copyright law. He just lobbied hard for the changes that made up the law today. There you go. Thank you. They produced it. Oh, I didn't know that. They produced it. Disney produced Nightmare Before Christmas. Interesting. I mean, the fact that Disney publicly bitch slapped DeSantis, it just gives me a lot of joy. Since we're talking cartoons and weed, before I got regular pain doc and meds, excuse me, I tried smoking to help my pain when the opportunity presented itself. I hadn't smoked in a couple years. The first bowl didn't seem to be hitting right. Oh God. I have a feeling where this is going. So we, only two of us, smoked a second bowl after not smoking for 2+ years. Oh no. Then it all hit. Cartoons didn't make sense. That's how high I was. I went back to my mom and oh my God, I went back to my mom's and told her I was too high to go to college class that night. I laugh in empathy. That's horrible. Well, I think earlier we were listening, it sounded like they tried to take all this back in 98, but I don't remember. I don't know. Let's finish this. I know, right? He's so slick at it, but that's what I'm saying. I don't mind it. Like if we weren't on stream right now, I'd let that play. Like I respect that. I respect he's trying to make money. Like get it. And it didn't ruin the flow of the video. We got our information, right? He's smooth as fuck and he is super smart. But he is a fucking lawyer. And my little sister, my favorite human being and my best friend in the entire fucking world, is also a lawyer. And I still say this with, like, don't trust a bitch. My sister, at the ripe age of 3 years old, was already trying to cheat at Go Fish. And everybody thought it was so cute, they just let her do it. Lawyers are born. They're not made. Oh yeah, let me give you the link. Hold on. I'm just glad she's on my side perpetually, you know what I'm saying? Here's the link to that video. Yeah, I mean, you always want a lawyer when they're on your side, right? So no hard sponsor transitions like Linus? Yeah. I was talking about that the other day. There's some YouTubers I don't even watch regularly anymore, Zag, because my brain associates them with those hard ass like mid-roll ads they do, as opposed to the content they're actually like talking to me about or a story they're telling. And I just find myself instinctually, I don't click on them anymore. And by litigation, he means Disney will take you and make you disappear, literally. Like your family, like Disney has that spell from Harry Potter. What is it? Obliviate. Disney obliviates you from your family. Like, no one will even question where you've gone. I wouldn't. I know a few streamers that tried to commandeer some Star Wars emotes, and they just disappeared. All jokes aside, I think they were actually, like, disgusting human beings. But, like, Disney actually went after a couple people on Twitch because they had, like, emotes that looked like, badges. I think it was, they're, like, white and red squares. You know the ones. I don't think Disney won because it didn't look enough like it or something like that, but they did. They tried. I watched. It was very scary, which is why I don't fuck around with Disney. Fuck that shit. No shit. The IBM lawyers used to be known as the Nazgul. Okay, no shit, you guys. So we have to come up with a cool name for my sister and her like lawyer firm. But I'm gonna tell you what they do because it's super cool. My sister's honestly, like, I make jokes. She's like one of the best kinds of lawyers you can possibly find. My sister goes after people who like clear cut a bunch of land without getting any permits and say there was like a salmon run creek on that land. My sister peels them alive. Like she turns into Flay McFlayerson. You know what I'm saying? That's what she does for a living. She goes after people who are abusing Mother Earth, and it's like like the only better you can get is like people who fight for kids and stuff. Like women's rights, trans rights. Like she fights for trees. And that happened. I remember when I was like in high school, that happened a shit ton for some reason in Washington State. If any of you live there currently, you probably remember this. And it might still be happening. But it was like back in the early 2000s, a bunch of like developers bought up a bunch of beautiful land and or like old classic houses, clear cut it, demolished everything, and then the housing crash hit. And they couldn't build right away. And because they couldn't go and just build right away, all of these little lawyers, like my little sister, went in and were like, looks like you destroyed some wetlands and a really rare duck species. And look at that beaver you murdered. Give me all your money. And I think that really influenced how my little sister grew up. So there's like huge chunks of land to this day where you can see really baby trees growing. And it's a product of that. It was clear cut, demolished, like old, beautiful Pacific Northwest rainforest kind of woods that they just assumed if they went in clear cut it and built fast enough, no one could step in and tell them to do anything. But my sister not only like bends them over financially, she also gets to hire the biologists to come in and tell them what to replant and make these people buy all the plants, re-put in the wet, like really just recreate it's just beautiful. It's an art what she gets to do, and I'm happy for her. Literally oh my god, by their powers combined. My sister would be like Sass, though. Is there a Sass ring? The Planeteers is a good one, honestly. The only suggestion I have is Tom Bombadil. I compare her to that a lot. Like, 100%. She's totes, but I kind of am too. It is, honestly. When my sister said she wanted to go to law school, we were just, the whole family was just in support the fact that my sister got a double major at, like, a private Catholic university and was being accepted into law schools. Like, she's just a fucking brain and so smart and works really, really hard. And we were so proud of her. We were like, do what you need to do, girl. But when she said what kind of law she wanted to go into, I mean, just like, whoa. It's like that Grinch scene, like, her heart grew 70 times long. Like, I just was like, thank you. Because, like, I'd support my sister in anything she had to do, but God forbid she just, I want her to be a bleeding heart for the things that are reasonable and not a bleeding heart. Like, everybody needs a defense lawyer. Not everybody needs a defense lawyer. I mean, everybody deserves a defense lawyer. But like allegedly, in my opinion. Everybody deserves a defense lawyer. Only sister I have is Tom Bombadil, but he's not that popular and wasn't in the movie. Tom Bombadil's the shit, though. My sister's read all the books. My sister, honestly, you think I'm a big reader, my sister reads more. She's a lawyer. Like I didn't realize that that's what being a lawyer is I would strongly say over 90% of what my sister does is just read. She loves reading though. Like she literally, reads and reads and reads and reads at work all day and then goes home and reads for fun and we trade books in the mail. Like she fucking reads. Like this is child's play to my sister. You know what I'm saying? She fucking reads. She's like hard into the books and stuff. Like she's a big reader. It's great. That was the only perk. Like, yeah, we were kind of like socially a little behind everyone else as kids because we didn't grow up with TV, so we didn't have like that. I didn't know celebrity names. I didn't have that weird what would you call it? Like that common ground with anybody at school. Like when they talked about South Park, I would just laugh and pretend I knew what they were talking about, but who the fuck was Cartman? I know. Up until like high school, I had no idea. So we read books. But it's I'm grateful for it because I feel like I have a form of entertainment that requires exactly zero electricity and I can enjoy it almost anywhere in the whole world and it's nice. I'm glad I enjoy reading. I feel really bad because I don't think people that don't enjoy sitting down with a novel are any smarter or dumber than anyone else. I feel like reading got ruined for a lot of us. Like my parents loved reading and so we always just had books around, so my mom encouraged it. And because of that, I was very much into reading before school, tried pushing reading. And like, I loved The Hatchet, but that shouldn't be your first book. I don't think that's going to really bait you into more necessarily, at least not most. Or like fucking Lord of the Flies or whatever. Like, it just, we introduced reading at such a strange. Like, here's some classics that were written 500 years ago, and because they were written 500 years ago by someone dead, they're inherently better than anything today. Okay. It doesn't make any sense. Scarlet Letter, yeah. There were some winners. Like, one of the books I think we all universally read was like what was it? The Bread Giver? The Bread Giver. That was I think it's on my shelf back here. That's one of my favorites I think I read in school. Oh, there was another one similar to that one. I can't remember. There's a few out there that are great, but like if you didn't already love reading, or like it's like I think it's literally like a form of like brainwashing yourself into like getting through this book is gonna feel really good. So like just keep going even if you're bored at this one spot. Whereas if you don't learn to enjoy books before people force shitty books on you, not that they're shitty, but like you maybe can't get through the hard parts of the book to get to the end. Although I would never read Lord of the Flies again, and I still regret that. I just don't understand. Isn't the Hatchet? Remind me, is the Hatchet the one where the kid's like deserted on an island from a plane crash? I want to say it is. I read it in like 5th grade. We're really digging here. Yeah. Thank you, Chesh. There's a part of that book. 5th grade. How old are you in 5th grade? I remember this so viscerally. Where the kid, it's like first when the plane crashes and he washes up on this little deserted island and he starts eating what he calls buck cherries. And then the author viscerally describes this kid just like explosively vomiting and pizzazzing these buck cherries out of both ends of his body. I've never forgot that. Like, why was that a book that was supposed to inspire me to read books? It's not like I'm like, is there some cool pizzazzing in this book? Because, that's what really got me going. I mean, I don't hate the book, but like, I don't see how you're going to get every kid in the world like really inspired by reading books with that. And it makes me sad. He crashes and all he has is his hatchet. Was a bush plane going through Canada, I believe. I think you're right, Canada. I think you're right. It's seriously 5th grade the last time I read this. I just remember that scene really viscerally. My first book was The Bunny Who Wanted Red Wings. Taught me being different is okay. Do you want to know my first book? Katie Did It. And it was all about a little girl who had a doll named Katie Did. And every time the little girl did something wrong, she would lie to her mom and say that the Katie did it. And it was all about how lying's bad. And then at the end of the book, you learned the little girl actually never did anything wrong. It's like a sibling's being evil and taunting her. My first book. I remember it. I still remember it. It was like cream colored. What the fuck? Parenting. I'm not a parent. I can't judge, but well. Catholics are fucked up. They just like guilt. Would you like some guilt with your guilt? How about a little fucking side of guilt? We did. Vex, did you watch it? It's real good. I really, really liked it, honestly. I really like Imagine Dragons. We were talking about that earlier. Like, I don't understand why they get a lot of shit. I think it's just they're overplayed. Like, their hits got really overplayed, but it's really well done. Exactly. Catholicism is just railing guilt for all the things you should enjoy. It's just, it's like, I don't know. Like, I'm recovering. I'm obviously not Catholic anymore. But, like, I think it all stems from that whole, like, just being born, you are sin. Like, how do we get over that? The first 2 to 3 years of your life on this earth out of the womb are, like, the most formative in terms of who you are and how you think as a person the rest of your life. If those 3 years people are like, "You little sinful bitch, here's some water," someone, like, waved their hand over. How do you get over that? It's fucked. I'd like a small diet guilt, please. I'm sorry, we don't have the diet guilt anymore. We do have the fat-free, sugar-free, and paleo diet. I mean, paleo guilt, however. What's the paleo guilt, you ask? Erg! Erg will come beat you over the head with a huge wooden club. It's fine. You'll feel much better when you wake up tomorrow. You'll really forget everything. Maybe even who you are. My voice. Flowers for Algernon. Fucked me up, but I liked it. I did really enjoy that book. It was well written. I remember getting through it really fast. I also really like reading Shakespeare, which was one that I know a lot of people fucking despise reading. And I get it. I loved it. And I had a lot of teachers who would just push it universally on a class. Like, you should love this, and I'm going to teach you why you should. And if you don't love this, I'm going to teach you why you're stupid for not loving it. It's like, not everyone's going to dig this. It doesn't matter how pretentious you make it. Some people just don't dig that shit. Respect, man. I don't like football. You're not going to get me to like fucking football. By that, I mean hand egg. You know what I mean. What up, John? I hope you're doing well, Honeybean. The dictionary's banned in Florida. I know. It talks about the gays. Can't teach them kids. And now I'm reminding that people are getting The Diary of Anne Frank banned. Wait. For real? What? Because anti-Semitism. Like, is that their public reason? Like, we got to get rid of this book because Jews? What have the Jews done? My dad was a Jew. All he did was fucking die. What do we do here? What about To Kill a Mockingbird still required reading? I don't know. I was never required to read it in school, but I had I think that you read that like in high school, right? Like grade 11, 12, 10-ish. My teacher for all 3 of those grades was obsessed with Shakespeare, so all we did was Shakespeare, which I was fine with. I really like Shakespeare. Selfishly, I totally respect that other people don't like it, though. I get that. Did you know they made a Flowers for Algernon movie? Algernon? Is it Algernon? I think it's Algernon. It was good, too. I think I saw it ages ago. Like, I don't remember a lot about it, but I remember the grainy, just quality of the film. It was, like, made in, like, the 70s or something, right? Like, it's way back. I think. They're also banning the Webster's Dictionary because it has sex words in it. Oh, that as well as the gay. Wow. I don't even know what to do about that. If you had kids and you lived in that state, would you move? Like, really? Would you, like, make actual realistic steps to move? Because I think I would. Like, I know moving's not cheap and not easy, but God. Like, whoa. I don't even know what to do with that. That's so much just... Flowers for Algernon is one of the best books. I mean, that's what I was saying too, Mishy. It's such a beautiful book. I didn't hate it, but I wonder, like, were you like encouraged or like, did you have reading in your life before school started pushing it? Because I definitely did. And I wonder if that just gave me like a wider scope of acceptance of books that maybe weren't like really super stimulating in the first couple pages. Like I already had that mentality of like, get through that first chunk, that like character building chunk. I don't know. And doesn't mean I'm smart. It just means I liked reading. Like, that's it. If you think about it, this is where I hate the stigma of like, if you don't read books, you're a dumbass. Think about how much we read all day just looking at chat. now think about how many chats you have open on a daily basis and how you're listening to someone speak, maybe two people speak, and reading two chats at the same time. Like, there's a generation of people that don't understand how much reading is involved in just existing in the world these days that doesn't involve a novel. You know? Like, we read constantly just on our phones, texts, email. We're freaking out now. It's bark o'clock. We as a society, I think, read a lot more than anybody did before because it's so fucking utterly available to us. You know? Babysitter Club for me. My mom, we just didn't have Little Women. I think that was my big, like, we had Little Women, and then there was like a little series of Little Women books. I was obsessed with those. Oh, hard. But Babysitter's Club, hard. Boxcar Kids. Was it Boxcar Kids, Boxcar Girls, whatever? What were those ones? Boxcar Kids? Definitely read the fuck out of those as a kid. And then Goosebumps, of course. I would think I was a little old for Goosebumps, but definitely into it. I was a voracious reader. The library was my safe space I went to and spent hours. Me too. Same. To this day, I love a library. You know what's crazy? Did they do this to you in your school, Bubba, when you were a kid? Did they have like, my school literally like sectioned off portions of the library that if you weren't in a certain grade, you weren't allowed to check books out in that portion of the library. And like, I would go look at that portion of the library and be like, I'm reading books from the portion that's way over there that you'll catch me before I even get there and tell me I can't rent any books. Like, why are you still making me read, like, what were those serendipity books? I remember at one point, like, at home, I was reading, and again, I was just an avid reader. That's it. I just ate books like crazy because I had nothing else. Doesn't mean it's not a flex. It's so weird that I feel like this is bragging. It's not a brag. I honestly feel a little nerdy for it. But, like, oh my God. I can come up with it. Piers Anthony, who's problematic, I learned later in life. But I was reading his it was like Spell for Chameleon and what was that book series? Why? Xanth. The Xanth novels, Xanth series or whatever. I was reading those, and the section of the library that they were forcing me to pick out of at school was these fucking serendipity books, which were like picture books with like a sentence a page. Versus that's just like a fantasy novel that mentions peni and sex. And I was like, I would come home from school. My mom's like, all right, we're going to the city library. I can't with this. Because I was insanely mad. I thought this school was telling me I was stupid. And then get this. So my mom like told the school, like, you have to let her, she's not going to read if you make her do this. So then the school gives me like a reading test. Like, what reading level are you at? And I apparently like tested out into college level. So do you know what they did? Did they open up the rest of the library to Katie? Were they like, you know what? She obviously has got that she can read these books. She's not just renting them to destroy them or rip them out and make joints. Like, she can read these books. Do you know what they did? They removed me from reading and made me walk to the elementary school to do PE with kindergartners for an hour. I'm still bitter. It was like my favorite time of the day was just to sit in silence and read a fucking book. And then I was, it was, I want to say 5th or 6th grade ish. I know. That's why my mom, she was like, let's go to the library. She would take me to the library because it was just so stupid. It was like being, I felt like as a kid, I was being punished because I just wanted to read a bigger book. I didn't want a tiny book. My school was antiquated. Very, very antiquated. Very small-minded, very antiquated. In a lot of ways. And very progressive in a lot of ways. Nothing's perfect, but man, that was weird. My dad would have ended him for shit like that. Yeah, I didn't really have present parents. There's a hair. I'd sit and pee and read my own book. I used to jog around the track with a book. I'd do the same. It was terrible. She can read too good. Make her run around. Yeah, it was so stupid. Oh, Val, did I miss something? Wait, what's in my Discord? I'll give it a chance, but I have to be real with you. I fucking hate that song. And I know you know which one I mean. I don't need to point out which one. That era of Gwen, not my jam. but I'll give it a try because I trust you. Yeah, I do. No, I mean, this is going to come off as maybe a shock, horror, and surprise, but like I'm really ADHD. And in order to get like a congruent sentence out of my skull that makes sense, I cannot read at the same time. And for that, I do apologize. But also, why do you have to keep pointing it out, you fucking asshole? I'm just kidding.
Hail Satan.
I just have a lot of shame about being alive. It's fine. It gets worse as the day goes on. Oh, it's not a video. I'll give it a try, but this hollaback girl shit. I ain't no hollaback girl. If someone took me to Guantanamo, that'd be it. So loud. Hold on. Could you have picked a better song? I mean, it's not bad, but what even are these lyrics? Roll is so soft. My sister got it for me for Christmas. It does, I mean, does it sound System of the Down style? I mean, kind of, but like, I'm not peeling it apart. I'm really trying to look for the system. It's like, you think so? Okay. It reminds me of this part reminds me of something and I can't put my finger on it. Yeah, it's a Hollaback Girl in the style of System of a Down. Yeah. Does it? Okay. I love System of a Down. This part definitely. Maybe it was just the beginning, yeah. There was something about it that was pulling me out of System of a Down, like some tone or something, and I was trying to pinpoint it, and it doesn't matter. It's well done. I just hate this song. This is Surge. This reminds me of Surge, though. Yeah. Vixie, I'm on the same fence right now. It's well done. I'll give him that. What the fuck is a Hollaback Girl? This is all one guy. Yeah, I'm impressed. I'm even more impressed. That's good talent. Like, I like this, but if I listen to the words, I don't like it anymore. So I gotta, like, start to black out a little. I have possibly an ignorant question. How come Gwen Stefani could just, like, create a harem of little Japanese girls and kind of appropriate that culture 100%? No one said anything. Or am I just thinking that that's what happened and that's not what happened? I wasn't into it, so it's not like I had my eye on that era hard. But just remembering it, like, isn't that kind of what she did? Answer me up. I'm seriously asking, not trying to be sassy in any way. I never am. My voice is just very much dying. It feels kind of sacrilegious. A little bit. And I don't hate Gwen Stefani. Like, I love me some No Doubt. It's just the song choice was not I mean, what the fuck is that? It's my shit. It's my shit. It's my shit. It's my shit because I ain't no hollaback girl. What is that? There's a dog hair haunting me. She still has a Harajuku brand of makeup. It just seems like a little out of touch. If the Japanese don't agree, that's what I'm asking, really, McTaggart. Like, I'm not Japanese, obviously, so like I don't get to call appropriation, but it seemed a little like just I don't know. I don't know a word for it. I'm kind of awful. Same though. Awful like that awful. Wait, hold on. I saw Pearl Jam and I'm scared. What Pearl Jam sounds like to people who don't like Pearl Jam? Okay. I know it's gonna hurt my feelings, but we're here for it. I deserve this. Or assume about anyone, or Gwen, including Gwen Stefani, that they were purposely trying to like appropriate a culture or like basically use little Japanese girls to get attention or whatever, dress up like them or whatever. I would never assume. I was genuinely curious, so thank you for that. I would never. It wasn't, I didn't like that era of her music very much to begin with. But I like Harajuku stuff. It's actually really, really fucking cool street fashion, to be honest. As long as she's not meaning, I mean, as long as the people of Japan agree that she's not doing anything harmful and she is not purposely trying to do anything harmful, as long as that's fine, it's really none of my business. But I was just wondering. She's still white as fuck, but she's not really appropriating culture she kind of grew up in. I totally get that. I totally get that. Yeah. I appreciate your answer, seriously, because I was asking genuinely. Like I hope I don't come off as sassy like that, but I was genuinely wondering. Let me see. I tried to open it via and it crashed. I want to save that little newt. It's a newt. That's from the movie. Hold on. Feel Good Inc. in the style of Corn. I'll give it a try. I'll give it a chance. A try? Katie, that sounds mean. Give it a chance. And that's the thing. Like, I try not to assume that about people. Like, on the outside looking in as someone who's not, in the Gwen Stefani universe. I'm not in the fandom or anything. It just seemed kind of like the Kardashians trying to be black a little. And I don't want to be off base on that, which is the freedom of a forum like this, is I can ask a question and thankfully get really nice, honest fucking educational responses as opposed to people just being pissed that I don't know. Like, God forbid I don't know everything in the world. I just want to be a better person, for fuck's sake. Their little bellies make my heart real warm. I think that's how I look in the water. This is Please Play. I don't know why it does this every time during a certain time of day. I like this song, so I'm skeptical, but I'm here for it. It's so fucking cold outside, Vile. I think we're gonna get slammed with stuff too. I don't think it's snowing yet, but it's in the forecast. The glove, no! Where'd you put it? It might have been, hold on, let me go through. I have a lot of shit up right now. It might be one of the links I pulled. I have the Snooty. That's not what I wanted. It might have been one of my shits that crashed. That's not it. That's not it. Is it one of you? No. Okay. That's pretty good. Do I love it? If you have it, feel free, but don't go searching for it if you don't. I mean, that's on me. I probably crashed it. I don't know. Thank you. Genova, no one's mad about it. I don't think anyone. I'm trying. I grabbed it, Kendo. Yeah, I'm not mad at this one. I'm not confused about this one. But I think it might be because I don't hate the song. Prometheus, thank you so much for summoning the class. Giving the class 11, giving any swings. I fucking appreciate you. Don't forget your Prime subs. feel like Ariel. I don't hate this at all. It's pretty well done. I'm actually kind of shocked. This Monday, I should be shipping them, Allie. I will message you. I was supposed to do it this Monday, but it was the grand shittening. I didn't get a chance. But you know what's great? The headphones were under my desk, and I just happened to move them the night before the grand shittening happened. So there was a time when they may have been a part of that. So let's all take a moment. Cause like all I was doing was moving them to bring them with me to go out. And it just so happened to be, where is this music coming from? God damn it. Don't autoplay. I didn't hate that at all. Um, it could have, like, it was one of those moments where, like, the universe aligned, you know? Like, my body told me, like, move it to the kitchen so it's next to the door so you take it when you leave the house so you don't forget them. And it just so happened that was the day my dog asshole kissed my floor everywhere. And it could have been just a bad time. Donna, yes, I kind of like, you might be able to, you probably relate to this. I can't be the only one. The weird Collaptimus, thank you for subbing the class, keeping the class alive, and giving me any swings. I fucking appreciate you. The weird things I do to avoid touching cold things with my fingies can get a little. Like throwing a towel across something in the freezer and then picking it up like this so there's no chance my fingers will touch the frozen parts. Using tongs to take ice cubes out of an ice cube tray. Like I'm fancy as fuck. But really, it's just ouch. Wearing this. It's honestly, Allie, it's like, so Raynaud's is like, it's actually like a thing, I guess, where the tendons in your wrist clamp down and they cut off circulation to your extremities, and it can happen anywhere. Mine specifically is in my wrist. So my fingers just tend to get like inordinately cold to the point where if I introduce more cold, like a cold beverage or touching ice, it's like almost hot. It like feels like pain. And I've always been this way. So like subconsciously I do real weird things to avoid it. So, you know, like if I'm doing dishes, I dry my hands so fast. Like I'm fucking like dry. I do not leave my hands wet because I'll get cold. Not because I don't like having wet hands. I'll just start to get cold and I know it. I have like weird fear of cold because I'll just get stuck. It's crazy, I know. I'm sorry. What? Thank you for the hype train, you generous fucks. What the shit balls? I have gotten the painful red bumps on my feet before when they're cold, yes. And then, of course, you try to itch them and it makes them worse, and then they itch and are cold and hurt. Yeah. I don't know what this one is. It's not loading anything but the play button, so I'm just going to risk it for the biscuit.
Shitter was full.
Oh, was that motherfucker? Hold on. I'm going to reload it and see if I can get video or literally anything out of it. Was that fucking Boomhauer? Oh my god, I think it. Hold on. It loaded. We're just gonna try it. I got the glove link finally and it didn't crash. I appreciate you. Thank you for the hype train, my dudes. The fuck? Stop. Thank you. This is painfully good. Boom hair. Boom har. Boom har. Boom har. I don't know. I'm not Texan. If that's not apparent. Holy sh! Wow, I'm impressed as hell. I'm gonna say it every day. I gotta change that shit. Thank you for those biddies, Kendo. I fucking appreciate you. My friend learned about Reynolds when she made alcohol popsicles and I had trouble holding them. She came back a week later and had made me 3 or 4 popsicle holders. Okay, that's the cutest shit that's ever happened in the whole existence of the universe ever, maybe. What is that alert? It's literally, oh my god, what are they? The witches from Left 4 Dead? Left 4 Dead? Yeah? I think? Yeah, it's the Left 4 Dead witch. Man, I haven't played those games in so long, but that noise to this day like ignites anxiety in my soul. And always will. That one, yeah, it's literally like you'll just be like going along, hunting for zombies to kill them, and you'll hear like this sad little girl crying, and you'll come upon like what looks like a hunched over the back of like a little girl in the corner of a room, and she's like, and if you get too close, she turns around and she's like a big clawed like witch thing, and she chases you down and claws your skin off and eats you. Presumptuously, I don't know, you're dead. She's so scary. Does she scream? I think if you disturb her, she stands up and like screams. Yeah, there's a character in the brain, the X-Men comics who's not blades but like their fingers turned into big long fleshy looking blade things that were really scary. Do you know what I'm talking about? Or was it not X-Men? Am I thinking of something else? That's what she looked like. Like her fingers were like this long and they were all pointy and she was like, "Ah!" Very much Lady Deathstrike or Schnabel, the tall bitch with the titties. Yeah. Big, long, scary fingers. But they were like, they would chase you down. And like, if you didn't have full health, oftentimes they would just one hit you. You were done. They were scary as shit, dude. Lady Deathstrike, but Lady Demestre, didn't she have Demestre from the, didn't she also have, I'm sorry, they both have D names and I can't say either. Deathstrike comics, Resident Evil, the one that Rod got me. Didn't she have long, like, shits? Correct me. She didn't do, but you know what I mean. Dimitrescu. Dimitrescu. I cannot say it for the life of me. Dimitrescu. Fucking balls. Demi balls. You know what I'm talking about. Did she have the longs? Lady Demon Biscuit. Thank you. You know what I'm talking about. Didn't she? Or was it just her daughters that were like, they had like long pointy fingers too? It's like a thing. I skipped dinner because my belly's stupid. Are you? I'm still watching after dinner anime with hubby since that's our cute. Oh, cute. You have to snuggles. Thank you for the. Ooh, I got an emote. What are you? Wait, is it cute? Oh my god, it's cute. It's cute. They really did good job on these hype train emotes this time. The vampire lady, yeah. Lady D, I think that's what most people call her, right? I can't be the only one that can't see Demescu. Why am I like this? Okay, I just realized what time it is. It's literally 15 minutes. Is it? We've gone so late. What happened? I gotta take my dogs for a walk before I lose all the sunlight. I'm trying to see what didn't crash. Oh my god, this did. Big humper. I love Roddy's too. I mean, why he humping? Mom, you don't believe that bitch, right? Look at how sweet I am. Do I look like I could fucking hump? Have you ever seen me hump? Ask that bitch for pics. Pics or didn't happen, right, Mom? I love you, Mom. Mom gets it. That's what I saw, and I feel that spiritually. That poor child. How could you snitch, you bitch? Poor baby boy was getting called out. So, as a person who had a dog who also had an uncontrollable behavior, I had a dog who was definitely fixed and everything, but he was male and he had to piss on everything. My boy Tanner, sweet, big, dumb yellow lab had to piss on the world. Therefore, I could never do agility competitions because he would stop on piss on everything. He would stop in the middle of things to piss. I was like, where's it coming from, Tanner? Dear love of mine, where do you keep it? It sucked. Sometimes your boy's just real strong. I know, Tanner for yellow dog. Can you imagine that a group of children named him? Weird. I know, but he was literally the least, like, aggressively masculine dog you would ever meet, ever. No shit. I've told this story too many times because he said I gotta tell it again, and rest in peace, my boy. He's passed, but he was an amazing dog. So I couldn't do agility match. I was in 4-H, believe it or not. Like, I was that level of, like farm nerd. And I did 4-H with my dogs. And, I couldn't do agility matches, but I could do, like, the fit and show, which is what it's called when you, like, have the skinny little leash and you walk in a circle and, like, look how perfect my dog is. And amongst a lot of dogs, like, over 30 people, Tanner and I took home 4th place because, and I quote, "He's the happiest dog that judge had ever seen in her life." Literally, he never stopped wagging his tail, and it was like that. I couldn't even wrap my hands around the base. It was so big, it would bruise you if you stood by him too long, but he was existentially the happiest dog you'd ever meet. Like, he would wag his tail while pissing on things. He never stopped. He was so happy, and I still have that ribbon somewhere at my mom's house. Did the judge get pissed on? No, he didn't piss in that arena because there was nothing to piss on. But agility arenas, there's all sorts of shit. Upright things that are piss worthy. I guess it's 1 minute till 4:20. I have a bull pack, so I'm ready. Yeah, he was just like the happiest big dumb lab. You guys know labs. It's the like the whole body kind of wiggle when their tail wags, and they always have the little like orc teeth smile, and they have like that quintus. I don't know if himbo's a bad word. I don't want to use it, but they like have the himbo look of just like, I love you and I just met you. They're Doug. They're Doug. They're amazing. I love them. Labs are great. But he really was the happiest dog that ever did happy. Like, he never humped anything, actually, other than one time to breed one of our dogs, unfortunately, and then we had a bunch of puppies. Accidents happen. Cheers. Happy 420. I love Doug. Let me tell you, Grace, what's it about, CJ? It doesn't sound familiar. They are the himbos. Himbo's not a bad word, right? It just means a big, lovable goof that has more strength than sometimes they realize. Like, I remember when I was a kid, Tanner would walk around my mom's big old garden with her. But if he, like, tried to pass her in one of the garden aisles, his big, dumb, lumbering body, he could knock her over if she was, like, crouched down picking raspberries or something. Not on purpose. He was literally just like, dong, da, 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 dong, da, 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 dong. That was Tanner. He was huge. But he was really, really nice. He was such a friendly boy. I will call him George, and I will pet him and love him forever. I mean, who wouldn't? Vissy and I are going to get a Kevin Bird tattoo one day. It's going to happen. Maybe when we go to Canada. It's the male version of bimbo. Did I define bimbo wrong then? Maybe I did. I don't know. The sun is... I'm scared it's going to go away. I need to go walk my dogs. It's so late, my dudes. We've gone so late today, but... Time flies. Yeah, I know, bud. This is my little baby himbo. Bimbo? Are you a bimbo? Are you feeling bimbish? I don't know what that means, actually. Does bimbo have, like... Is it slutty? Does it mean whorish? That's my boy. He's intelligent. He's just kind of, like, dopey about it. What do you call that? I don't know. I can't see anything. We gotta move the mic. What's, like, like, intelligent but almost accidentally? Himbo, I think of a himbo like Kronk. But, like, Kronk is smart, he just doesn't know it. He also comes off as kind of a dumbass sometimes. But he's not totally unfunctional, obviously. Like, this is my Kronk. I could totally see it. I'll be your Yzma. Is that my voice? He's just my sweet boy. But on that note, it's so late. We've gone almost an hour and a half over normal time, and I gotta get my dogs out before we lose all the light. But the days are finally getting longer, so I won't have to do that anymore. Right, Bubs? I don't care. I just want to go outside and bark at figs. Thanks. You're obviously feeling better then, yeah. Did you just want to show everyone, like, you were never sick to begin with? I made it up. You didn't totally shiz ass everywhere, all over the place, just to selfishly get some fucking clean carpets. He would never. He really is a sweet boy. He's sweet too. I mean, he really does love people. I know you guys only see him with me and Rod when Rod comes over, but he is a lover. He's a lover. He's just a big old boy. He really is. He fucking loves Vissy. I mean, I wouldn't, when I say like he loves everybody, Vissy's on a different level. I don't know what that is. It's like if I didn't have clingy fucking Billith trying to crawl inside my flesh, I'd be a little jealous. But honestly, it's a little relaxing. I am. Seriously, Vissy shows up and he's like, Mom, who? But that's okay. Everybody has their person. I can be your person when Viss is in Oklahoma, okay? Yeah. Deal? I guess. It's whatever. I'll deal with it, Ma. It's fine. It's not my problem, I guess. He does. He fucking loves butt scritches. He, like, the inner thigh scritches. He loves Vile, too. He loves people, is what I'm saying. But Vissy. Like, I would say, like, Vile, Rod, myself, Zach. Like, we're all on the same level of, he's just like, someone who will touch my butt. Yay. Vissy's, like, if we stepped, like, he might try to protect her. You know what I'm saying? He hasn't yet, and I'm okay with it, though, because I, too, love Vissy. I think he senses my love for Vissy, and he's like, okay, Bob, so this one we protect. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna pretend I don't know you anymore, okay? Deal. Peace, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. Right? He's just such a fucking good boy. I don't even remember how we came up with the voice. I feel like I might have taken it from Eliza. Like, Eliza and I might have created it together or something. Or we made it for someone. But it's like plugging your nose with your epiglottis in the back. And you just kind of, like, forget that ours are real. And then, you know. It's because we do bad stuff. We check the perimeter. And we tech all the bitches in the house. Because they're stupid. Did we use it for Link? Oh my god. That fits you, honestly, bud. You're just as sweet and wonderful. That was your grandfather. He'd be proud. He was a proud man. You had big shoes to fill. I think you did a good job. You weigh about the same, to be honest. When he does that, my heart literally skips a beat. I'm trying to pretend it's not a big deal, but oh my god, I would die for you. I would die for you. You're just the sweetest in the whole world, Bubba. It's time to go outside. Yeah. Thank you. This is just, thanks. You look holes with that. We're all aware. He really is. I mean, we do. Like, why get a dog if you're not gonna fucking snuggle? Like, I love these snuggles. They're the best. Vissy has golden doodles that are even bigger. Imagine those. Like, she literally gets to daily snuggle giant velveteen chunks of fried chicken. Imagine. Like, I'm spoiled, but like, they're the best. Are you the best? He's like, stop touching me. I'm hot and I want to go outside. Stop, Bob. Ugh, you're gonna make people think I'm soft or some shit. I got a reputation. Gonna go outside. Okay, let's rate somebody. He's just so sweet when he's calm like this. Hi, Anubis love. They are giant babies, but they're just the sweetest ever. I do have to take them out before I lose the sunlight. Today was fun though. I mean, it's terrible. If my mods didn't remind me what time it was, I will accidentally stream for like 19 hours in a row. It's a terrible habit. Because then you can get blood clots and shit and die. But hopefully, I'm going to go gargle 17 cups of tea and make this stop. And tomorrow we'll be back for a lovely Faded Friday where we don't sound like a dying turtle. Someday, you know what, Goonies? It's so sick, but I've actually like thought I've started mentally constructing what would be an ice cream cone outfit to twerk in, and I don't know what's wrong with me. I didn't do anything physically, but like I thought to myself, like, it's not impossible. Stop it, Katie, stop it. But it's not impossible. It's my dream. You know how like every cosplayer out there has like their dream cosplay? Xena, the warrior. Well, either Xena or Callisto, whatever I could get, I'd be happy with. But cosplaying as either. I'd rather just be Xena. Fuck Callisto, but that's a different day, different story. Or the strange twerking ice cream cone. They're all up there for me. In terms of like Akasha, Queen of the Damned, dream cosplay. Dream. If only. Queen of the Damned, get out of my head. This is fizzy. Get the fuck out of my head. Akasha, right? We're talking the same. Like, obviously. Yeah. Like, rest in peace, Aaliyah, you queen. But yeah. Get out. It's so rare that you meet your soulmate in life, but like someone who just gets it, like, yep. Yep. I would die. I would die. Literally. That's true. I'm looking for someone cool to raid, but that's a really, really good advice. So thank you for today. Sorry, I'm so scatterbrained. Started the day with a weird migraine and now I'm just loopy from it, but today was fun and I appreciate you. I still have links you guys gave me. I'm going to try to get them to load up, the ones that don't like permacrash or whatever. But if you have them and you really, like, you remember tomorrow and you swing by, please throw them at me again. Feel free. Like, it's just a bad PC day, apparently. That being said, we are still doing our charity. Second, if you were part of the hype train earlier, you got a golden kappa. Don't forget to use those. They're for 24 hours. And it does secretly piss other people off. They get very jealous. And oftentimes it can instigate hype trains in other people's stream. So, like, you don't have to throw money, but, like, you can instigate other people to do it. And then you're, like, helping your streamer out. It's nefarious, but, like, maybe you'll get another golden kappa. Nobody knows. Just go use it. They're so rare. I'm not kidding when I say I've only seen it. I've only had it twice in 9 years. Today, it's number 2. They're not common. You know what I'm saying? I know. This is my bundle. It's a full body, like, blanket thing. Let me see. It's like a Snooty, but, like, the $20 Snooty from Amazon. It's pretty fucking warm, though. Dude, Vissy, no shit. Oh, my God. My sister got me this for Christmas. It's called a sleep lounger. Donna actually found the link. I think I saved it. If I can find it, I'll send it to you. Donna, like, found the link for it on Amazon. But let me show you this shit. Watch out, guys. You're all up in my shit. In my shit. In my... God damn it, Vile. I'm 6 feet tall. I know I say that a lot, but it's important when showing you clothing items. Look at this. Look at that. Are you kidding? You've seen The Simpsons, right? The Simpsons. Vissy, you would literally be Maggie in this. Like, you know, with the little trail behind you, like the thing. It's huge. Amazon. We looked it up because obviously, like, we're gonna share cool shit, right? Like, I'm not a sponsor, not an ad. This is literally a Christmas present from my little sister. But apparently there's something called like an Oodie that is like $100 or something and really, really high quality. But if you're a poor ass bitch, try the Snooty. Just kidding. This is not called a Snooty, but that's what we're calling it because the name is stupid. Sleep lounger. Let's be real. When you ain't rich, you don't get to pick. I mean, what is it? Beggars can't be choosers. This was the wrapper on it. And this, again, it's a large XL, I guess. But it's beyond stretchy. So, I mean, infinitely it will fit anyone depending on how tight you like your clothes. But, like, just for size reference, I am really tall and I'm all legs. And this is huge. It's so big. It goes below my knees. It goes below my knees. What? My sister got me this for Christmas. It doesn't even have a cool name. We named it the Snooty. And that's what it's called. But it's way cheaper than that other one. Literally, I think it was $26. It's really fucking soft. Someone said I looked soft. It really is. I wish I could compare it to something. It says it's velour or whatever that is. I'm not a girl on the inside, so I don't know these words. What's velour? I don't know. It's really soft. Like, it feels like a velveteen bunny. If you've ever felt a rabbit that's just so impossibly soft, you almost can't feel it. It's like that level of soft. I almost can't feel it. It has a pocket. I know. It's kind of, I mean, okay, let's do a fashion test. Hold on, before we go walk the dogs. Where's my phone? Did I lose it already? It's my shit. Did I? Nope. I've got your average enormous mini computer for my personal self. This is the ultimate test, because what else? All right. I mean, what else are you putting in this pocket? Books? A child? Oh my god, Trick, get inside. Quickly. Come with me if you want to live. He doesn't accept his challenge. I don't have anything to put in it, but you could put a tiny animal. It's really soft. Like, dummy soft. But it fits the phone, and that's the only thing. Dude, slippers. That'd be nice. Does fit a phone, though. That's really, like, what else? No, dude, they would never crawl inside my pocket. Well, maybe. Remind me. I have to go walk my dogs. I'm literally going to lose daylight, and then I'm not going to be able to. Remind me next time you're in stream. I'll grab it. I'll grab one. I want to test one off stream, because I don't, like, they tend to pick up little fuzzies on their feet and stuff really badly, and then I'm always afraid they're going to eat them, and I need to see how badly this collects little fuzzies. That's where my brain's going. You know, their little sticky toes? The little stupid fuzzies on the dogs get in their toes. I'm so scared they're going to eat a fuzzy. It's a neurotic fear, and it probably might not do anything, but honestly, I don't think this attracts fuzzies. Like, it doesn't feel like that kind of... Did my stream just freeze? Oh my god. I'm gonna go walk my dogs before my entire computer crashes. It feels like the type of material that doesn't attract fuzzies, but who knows? Check it out. $26, like, that's pretty reasonable for something. Look how pink my face is. I'm getting hot. I'm going to walk them in this. I call it the only mail I get. Spill collectors. Maybe, when's the last time you answered the phone? I don't know. I'll think of a collection name. I haven't answered my front door in 73 years. It's definitely a look. It says, I'd rather die than go outside, but I love my dogs more than life. Let's get fucked. Winter can fuck itself, and I hate Colorado. But on that note, I'm gonna raid somebody if my tab... I literally can't even get my stream tab to load. We're having a good time. Summertime. Rod's live. Alchemy. Oh my god. Okay, I love Rod so much, but we get to raid Rod a lot more often than I get to raid Alchemy. Raid Rod, Ramrod, Rad, raid. Okay, I'm gonna go outside. I love you so much. My friend Alchemy is amazing. This to her would literally be the Maggie thing from Simpsons, i.e., like, drag on the floor like a snail trail behind her, and honestly, I'm here for that. One of the tiniest people I love in this world, along with Vissy and other tinies, and she also may or may not be the queen of Final Fantasy. I hope you have a beautiful time with her, and if I hear negative things, I will come for you and everything you love. But in the meantime, feel safe in knowing that I'm most likely going to die outside in the next hour. Or want to. Wee! Okay, be safe. Take care of yourself. Take your joy, your meds, drink water. Do all the things. Load your bowls. You know, I'll be back tomorrow. It's Faded Friday, where we just do the exact same thing we did today. Music. Weed. Cute dogs. Honestly, it's a blast. I'm really scared to go outside, and I'm...